Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over.
Absolutely.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hey, guys. This
Master
is the Upside Down. This is a bizarre world.
We're gonna have to work on when you come in and do the crossovers.
You know, there's a lot of things that we can work on, Nick, and I'll give you my whole notepad of what you can do better later.
Oh, okay. I'll start with you. You came in too early.
Thank you, and I will be better. This is all
To be fair to
about
Matt,
being better.
John's the mic, one of the mics was on, so he couldn't even hear it in the speakers.
Wow.
I think is what was going on there.
You're not Ron
Burgundy?
You got the reference.
I read everything off the prompter. Anytime anything's on the prompter, I will just read it. Thank you.
Good for you.
I appreciate the sympathy clap over there of me finally getting a pop culture reference. It doesn't happen all the
Well,
time.
okay, that's where I wanted to start because
Excellent.
for someone who is famously not of pop culture, as you have said, you literally wasted a good 10 minutes of my drive. Why are you watching the Maxwell Awards?
What do you mean?
You did a segment on the
Oh.
Maxwell Awards
You mean the
of
Golden
awards.
Globes?
Yeah, it's like watching the Maxwell Awards. Who does
What's
that?
the Maxwell Awards?
Yeah, I thought
Exactly.
I thought it was a
Yeah, but
Jelaine.
The
people know what the
Maxwell,
Golden
that's
Globes are,
that's
John.
one of those other Player of the Year
First off.
awards, but we all know that the Heisman's the only one.
Oh, that
people-
play. Okay, that
Yeah.
award. That award.
Yeah.
First off, I thought.
I mean, there was a football game on last night. I don't know if you know this.
and we talked about it.
Well, I know, but
plenty
how are
about
you
it.
able to watch the Maxwell Awards of award shows
Yeah. So
and
I
also
went-
the
I
football
went ahead-
game? I
well,
mean,
first off-
the chard bored you that much?
First off, I watched the Golden Globes to give myself like a primer heading into the Oscars. And
Oh my God.
Hell yes, this is
Oh
great.
my
and so
God.
I
Holy crap.
I get my primer, right? Somebody comes in.
So you're saying that the Golden Globes are like the spring game,
yes, of award season.
which means it's really worthless. But
It's-
please
yeah.
continue.
Well, I mean, some people really threw a fit when the spring game didn't happen. So I don't know if people would fully agree with you in that.
Well,
regard.
that's only because they wanted they wanted the appearance of football,
sure,
knowing that they weren't actually
because
getting
we are
football.
so football pilled here.
Yeah.
But I watch the Golden Globes to see what wins awards, and then I will be like, okay, I should watch that movie now heading into the Oscars, or I should I like this performance, I want to watch that, or hey, this is a very highly regarded TV show that maybe I didn't know about. I'll go ahead and watch it. That's why.
Oh, did you learn of
view
any
it.
new shows that you're like, oh, I'm going to check that out?
You know what? Like Severance is not a new show that I learned about, but like after
Been around for like 3 years.
I know, but it's just like they had so many nominations.
4
so many
years.
people have said good things about it, and I need a good.
I could have told you that.
I
Watch
know.
it. It's
I know
great.
exactly. That's why. Thank you guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Or like Timothy Chalamet, like in Marty Supreme, like him winning. I knew he was great in it. I knew it was a good movie, but the fact that he's probably going to win the Oscar for Best Actor, because he won the Golden Globe. it's a
My
pretty
wife
good
didn't want to see
indicator.
that movie with me.
Yeah.
You want to go see it together?
No,
want it.
I'm fine. But I appreciate.
I don't
the
think your
invite.
wife wants to do anything with you right
That's
now.
not true. She was very nice. I walked in and John was being like all emotional, and I said, "What are you
I
talking
was
about?"
feeling for you. You always say I never
I'm in a great
emote
mood.
anything for you. I
Josh
know,
keeps
but I'm
winning.
feeling bad for you because I'm sure you're living in hostile circumstances
by the way,
right now.
She hated this team all year long. She hated this
I
team.
got a question for you.
Yeah.
When does Philadelphia fans not hate their football team?
Exactly. She
Great
hated.
point.
Always hate their football.
She hated
Great
them last
point.
year until the playoffs, and then even during the Packers game, she hated it. Even during the Rams game,
Even
she
when
hated them.
But even all the way back to like the Donovan McNabb days, they would hate their.
Oh
football.
yeah, I mean Philly fan hates everything.
I've been, so we have been together for, I'm trying to think of the playoff losses over the years. So
Oh, wow.
18, they lost after they beat the Bears. People
Yep,
forget.
yep,
They lost to the Saints.
Saints, yeah.
The next year, they lost to the Seahawks in round one. They didn't make it in 2020. In 2021, they lost to the Bucks. But that was a kind of out of nowhere playoff team.
So the 2020 team the one that lost to the Bucks.
That was Jalen Hurts' first year as a starter. They were a 7 seed. They weren't supposed to be good. Basically, what the point that I'm trying to make
okay.
is,
Okay, I know. I forget that one.
yeah,
Sure.
this is not as like chill as that one was, because that one she was like, okay, oh well.
Yeah.
This one, she hated this team all season long. And so no, she was fun. She made us dinner last night. We ate dinner together.
Wow.
I complimented her on the dinner. Then she made us
Probably
popcorn.
in fear. Probably just
No.
It was very
She
good.
knows-
It was
Thank you so
good
much
dinner.
for the mashed potatoes and the
There
gravy.
she just commented,
While you're
I'm
smiling
happy
in the
this
background.
stupid ass season is over. She knows that I was on cloud nine, that I don't have to watch them anymore either.
So-
this is what comes with the territory.
But like dating back to losing that Super Bowl game against the
Now
Kansas
that
City
she
Chiefs,
was down bad.
Ever since then, Philadelphia fans have hated their team because they go ahead.
Ever since then,
Here's why.
Ever since the founding of the United States, Philly fan has hated their team.
It's in the Constitution.
The last 3 seasons have been back-to-back seasons in a row, which they couldn't stand the team because right after the Super Bowl, right, they go 10-0, then they collapse and they lose to the Buccaneers. Everybody was so pissed about that.
great time.
Then last year, they won the Super Bowl, but for the first 12 weeks of the season, all they were complaining about was that they couldn't score in the first quarter. And they
now it's the inverse. They only scored in the first
they
quarter.
only score in the first quarter. But
They're
they
really
were,
good at the
they
first
were
quarter.
overly complaining about that, and then they wanted to fire Sirianni after he was like crap talking fans after the Cleveland game.
Mm.
But then they finally started to like the team when they went on a run, and then this year they've hated the team all the way throughout, dating back to when they, I can't believe your team lost that game. That was a joke. Good thing I cashed out.
Trust me, I was as mad as anybody.
But
Just like I'll be
there's
mad
a-
this week after we get outfluked by the Bears.
There's a world, Matt, where you are hosting the Carolina Panthers this week for a trip to the NFC Championship.
I know.
That said, Bears Rams gonna be so much more enjoyable as an impartial observer.
Yeah, I
Though
really,
I do have a team
really
I'm rooting
thought.
for.
Oh, of course you do, because you're a scumbag.
I really
No,
thought.
because you've had enough joy. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Matt has had-
exactly. So
Matt's
if your
had no
wife,
joy.
so if your wife had a lot of joy, you'd be like, honey, you've had too much joy.
With the Eagles, yes.
No, just in general.
Are you,
No, I want
are
her
you
to have-
Are you Josh's wife?
work
no,
wife,
I'm just saying that
work husband.
Husband.
Yeah, work husband.
What do you
that's
saying
fine.
about Josh,
I don't need
Josh?
your support. I don't need it.
I don't need your support either. I don't give a damn of whether or not you think my team's a fluky win. When it's a fluky win and I'm hosting an NFC Championship game, baby, and your team's out in Cancun on their bum
'Cause
asses,
the 49ers
I'm not going to give a damn. if
Oh,
it's a
bum
fluke.
asses. Well,
Yeah,
I
he's a
look
bum.
forward.
If
I
you
look
lose
forward.
to a
I
fluky
look
team,
forward
you
to
can
your.
now-
he's
I
gonna
look
just
forward
yell
to your
Matt all the
hit and
time.
miss quarterback who can make great throws one play, and then the
was
next
great
play
play.
look like an absolute idiot.
He
By the way,
won.
Mr. Emo over there constantly freaking out on the sideline. This guy is a doofus.
He's a
Mr.
doofus
Emo?
who's won 12 games and is hosting
I
your
wasn't
team in
there.
a playoff game. How
Who's
big
Mr.
of a
Emo?
doofus can he
Only
be?
because he won the division.
Let him
And
go.
you know what you didn't do, which you had ample opportunity to do?
Listen,
Win
I'm
the
not.
division.
I'm not making any
It
excuses.
sounds like
Seattle
you're
won the
making excuses.
division.
That's exactly what it sounds
We lost the game. Had no business losing it, but we lost the game.
Well, maybe you should.
and that's
fluke-
why. And
maybe
that's
you
why
should
your
fluke your way
team's
to
gonna.
wins more.
That way, we don't need to fluke our way to wins.
Whoa.
We have superior coaching, superior quarterback,
Yeah.
superior talent,
Yeah.
superior organization. See, that's the part about the Bears that pisses me
Triggered.
off. This is the dumbest ownership group
Whoa.
in the NFL.
Hey,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Come on.
I
Come
don't
on.
know.
No,
There
no,
are
no.
so many
Jera
other teams.
actually won a couple
You mean-
of Super
you
Bowls.
mean-
Now he had to use Jimmy to use it, but guess what organization wouldn't have been smart enough to hire Jimmy Johnson, their best friend from college?
I mean,
The
they did-
McCaskey/Hallis family.
You know, it's the franchise that decided to pay a head coach $13 million this year and outbid
I was gonna say, they did
everybody else to go and get the golden boy of the coaching cycle, and that
and because
badly
of that, they
run,
have to
dumb
move to
move,
Gary,
the dumb move
Indiana.
has apparently gotten them to the playoff because they don't know what they're doing and they're so bad. Yes, John, you're totally right. The team that made football decisions, football purely based decisions for the first time in forever, is so badly run right now. Totally, you're spot on. You're spot on.
By the way,
Just
Kevin
remember-
Warren is still your team
just remember,
president.
Just remember,
That's a tough look.
where you are playing your football game at. Where are you playing your
Yeah,
football game
yeah,
at? Where are you
on
playing
the
your football
on the
game at?
field that
Where are you playing
cripples
it at?
people,
Where are you
but
playing it
that's
at?
owned by the city of Chicago, the one that's so bad you have to move to Gary, Indiana.
I mean,
to
you're
leave
such
it.
a poverty franchise. You don't even have your own stadium.
What
You gotta
if-
share it with another team.
It's literally our stadium.
It's
We
embarrassing.
own it. The Chargers are renting from
It's
us.
embarrassing.
Whose
It's embarrassing.
timeshare?
Our timeshare.
Finally.
He admitted. Oh my God, he admitted.
Thank you, John.
Well, yeah, it's the Chargers timeshare.
Man, I don't.
We can mark this down on inside jokes Matt didn't get. Just-
Whose timeshare? No, that's not even a pop culture reference.
Yeah,
That was
no,
that's
Matt.
it's a show joke, Matt. It's
Yeah.
okay.
I know, a show joke.
We
Matt didn't
created
get.
Oh,
it.
And
yeah,
that-
yeah,
how
we
how many
created
teams play at SoFi?
And soon to be 3 because
Yep.
UCLA's moving there.
It's
as well.
not one. It's not one
you
team
can't count
stadium.
a
It's
college
everybody.
team. You can't count a college
They're a
team.
football team
We
playing a
definitely
football
can't. We
game
say
in a
that.
football stadium.
Well, the Raiders also have a team playing in their stadium.
Pitt Pitt plays at Acrisure.
Yeah, there you go.
And
Many teams share a
Didn't
profile.
a team play at the Superdome? A college team played at
Tulane.
the Superdome?
Tulane.
Tulane
yeah.
used to.
Yeah, they don't anymore. But they
Tulane
used
used to.
They
The
actually-
Cowboys use their stadium for high school games. So
Well,
I
it's
mean,
funny. Northwestern did kind of kick the tires, I guess. I'm playing at Soldier Field. And they're like, have you seen the turf when one football game gets
that is
played
one of the
here?"
smartest things Northwestern's ever done.
Yeah, and they're like, no,
Well, that and they only wouldn't have.
Well-
they only would have filled it if Nebraska was
You'll-
coming to town.
you'll like this. So went ahead and I went back home for the holidays, and I live like 15 minutes away from campus. So
Yeah.
I had some buddies come from Nebraska, and they've never been on Northwestern's campus before. And so we were like, all right, hey, let's go on there. Let's walk around. Let's see. It's a beautiful. If you've ever been on it, it's a beautiful campus. It's right on the
I've
lake.
not been there.
They got a very famous beach. I mean, it's really well put together. And so we're walking, and they're like, hey, there's the temporary stadium that was like the lacrosse.
Oh,
field.
Tiny
Like,
Baby Stadium.
There's
yeah.
Tiny Baby Stadium. Let's go look at it. And I go, guys, we probably could like
I've been there.
walk in there.
I've been there twice.
You know? And sure enough, we walk right up to the fence, and part of the fence is broken. Like it's just broken.
Nice.
And so we just like not even
like where the game going on.
yeah, we're literally NFL football players, and some of the best teams of the Big Ten played this year. We just literally stepped through the fence and went on to a Big Ten football stadium. And we were like, this is absolutely ridiculous that they played Big Ten games here. And we just took pictures and everything like that. And like, it was cool. No security, no cops, nobody. There was still, by the way,
Not a co-op.
It is
they
crazy
had
when
not
you think
taken
about
out the
it.
trash since the last game. There were like Gatorade cups.
Well,
and
there
seeds in
probably
there.
wasn't much trash to begin with
Yeah,
because
good point.
All 10 fans.
all 10 fans. But I mean, how crazy is it? When the Bears got the new Soldier Field, where'd they go? They played 3 hours out of their way.
Yeah,
They played in
right?
Champaign.
Yeah.
They played in Champaign. Other schools, they've done it. But Northwestern said, nah, we're just going to retrofit a lacrosse field.
Literally. And by the way, I don't. This might be a Nick fact, but I'm
Oh.
almost positive that
Heck yeah.
It's transcended.
I'm almost positive that Northwestern made more money on ticket sales at that stadium than they did at Ryan Field.
Because they could sell it for
Because-
an arm and a leg. Yeah.
because they can. And by the way,
It's so
you-
bad that,
you-
that Nebraska didn't get to play there.
You-
Like, I would have loved to see the prices.
I think
or
they,
there or Wrigley.
I'll tell you.
I
this.
bet they would have moved. I bet they would have
'Cause
moved that game to
a later in
either
the-
Soldier Field or one of the
Dude,
Wrigley
they
games.
That would've been
they
so much
put
fun.
That as a Wrigley game. That would have been sick.
That would have been awesome.
If they'd have put
they-
it at Wrigley Field, you know how much people in Miami right now thinking they have sticker shock over ticket prices. Nebraska fan would have raised the
for a
roof.
regular season game between a couple of mid-ass teams.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
It does not matter. It does not matter that Nebraska isn't good at football.
Right.
Northwestern isn't good at football.
As we
People
know, they're
still show
gonna
up.
they're gonna spend.
I still can't believe, even like without the whole them playing at a different stadium, Nebraska. I mean, the Wrigley Field games aren't going anywhere. They're still going to happen. Like, I'm just surprised that Nebraska hasn't gotten one in the last. They've been doing it for 6 years or something like that.
I mean, I'm sure it's all about timing, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Big Ten sets the schedule, and they don't get to use Wrigley Field until November.
Well,
so
the volleyball team is going to be playing at Wrigley more than likely. It seems like that's
What?
gonna happen. Yeah,
Really?
That's a development from the Big
Interesting.
Ten. That's a venue that they want to put the Nebraska volleyball team.
Nebraska's first game at Northwestern's
Can
new
they-
stadium is 27, by the way.
yeah, but how are they going to do that in the middle of baseball season?
They might do it before. I don't know. I have no idea.
Before baseball
I have
season?
no idea. I have no idea.
Maybe-
other than
You know what the weather's like before baseball
I'm
season
aware.
in Chicago.
I'm very aware. So here's the thing, John. So it was something that was like brought up by Dannon and stuff like that, and something that was being floated around. And then we had John Cook in studio, and we asked John Cook, like, "Hey, is that something that potentially could happen?" He's like, "Yeah, 1,000,000%. Like the Big Ten wants to do it, so it's not just like a Nebraska. It's
Well, yeah, no,
it's a Big Ten.
Nebraska. I'm
So
sure Nebraska can't
I
just
think what they would
unilaterally
probably-
say, "Guess what, Northwestern, you get to play us at Wrigley Field," because I'm sure the
Yeah,
the
I mean, they-
family that owns the Cubs would
Sure.
have something to say
they do.
about that.
They do concerts though at Wrigley during baseball season all the time.
Yeah, but that's usually in the summer
Yeah.
where it's timed out. I would wonder, because volleyball, you're talking about August or September in the middle of a pennant drive. Now that the Cubs have Alex Bregman.
They do.
By the way, you're welcome.
Thank
the
you.
Bears' comeback didn't start until after the news of Bregman.
Why
happened.
are you thanking me as if I'm not a Cubs fan? Like that
You guys are both
blessing
handshake
me?
memeing.
No,
I
I'm
am a Cubs fan.
I'm saying Bears fans should be in general should be saying.
Yeah,
thank
I'm
you.
not saying thank you to you. I'm saying thank you to
You should be
myself.
saying thank you to me because I'm a Cubs fan.
I guess we'll have to endure that together after my team whoops your ass at my home field.
How about this from Joe in Vegas? I can already
you,
say
that you even claim that place.
without a shadow
I
of a
don't.
doubt that this crossover is quite possibly the best one ever. With Matt and John already going at it, we're not talking about stupid crap like we used to on the old one.
Hold
Top-notch
on.
No,
Yeah, this
come
is.
on.
There's been
I
many
disagree.
comments. This is way too sports pilled.
I disagree.
again, the polar opposites of our comments. Talking too much sports. This is the best crossover.
The crossover
You're the
isn't
one-
supposed to
wait,
be for sports.
You're the one who just walked in and said, "Why was I talking about an award show?" So you're
No,
exactly the same person.
No, that's what the crossover is. It goes, it bounces, it does a little bit of
Are
everything.
you a Timothy Chalamet guy? I don't think you. I don't.
I
strike you
honestly
as
don't
one.
know who he is.
A
Yeah.
complete unknown. We did that for Movie Club. He was Bob
He was
Dylan.
Bob Dylan.
Okay, I was going to ask.
You're
I was thinking about this while
You never
were
saw
while
Dune,
you were
right?
while you were boring me with the whole
You-
Maxwell Awards conversation. Was I bet Nick could like give me a slideshow. Remember, didn't we do a game between you two where we did a slideshow? And
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
You
an
could
F1
do-
driver or sports
you could do a
guy.
entertainers
I won that
under
one.
40, and I wonder how many I would get right.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Well, we know you know Sydney Sweeney.
And then we can do
I know her both.
we can do one for me though. We can do the inverse of entertainers over 60 and see how many I know.
That Nick crossover idea from down the
Crossover
road.
idea. Who
Okay.
knows more about the opposite age, Matt or John?
Well,
Yeah.
somebody, who was it? Caller Laffy Taffy Rick called in and made a Gomer Pyle reference, and Matt was like, ha ha ha, and Josh was like, you don't even get that reference. And he was like, I don't.
Oh, you need to see Full Metal Jacket.
It was so
I'm
funny.
fine. I'm okay.
Oh,
It's
which
a great movie.
Wait, which
I'm
Gomer Pyle are we talking? Are we talking about?
The Gomer Pyle, because he was saying Matt Rule looks like Gomer Pyle without a hat on.
Oh, okay. I guess I just default to
Yeah,
Full
but
Metal
is-
Jacket.
That's
but
what
that
I
was a-
assumed he was
that
talking
was a
about.
reference
Well, see,
to
I'm
something
thinking
else.
he's talking about OG Gomer Pyle, who is actual Gomer Pyle. Gomer Pyle was just the nickname they gave the doofus in Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, I guess I don't. I mean, Rick
Huh.
is old.
Yeah.
Who knows? I got nothing for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to
I think you
understand.
wouldn't like Timothy Chalamet because I think you like your actors like you like your defensive linemen. You like, big
Good.
6'4",
good offense,
you know,
good defensive.
masculine human,
Big, strong men?
big strong men
Just
acting.
80s
Well, I don't-
action stars.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
like-
saying I would
you-
like or dislike. I'm just wondering if I would be able to identify the
You
person.
you look at Chalamet and you go, there's no Swayze.
I wasn't a big Patrick Swayze fan.
Okay.
Who was your favorite actor?
Ooh,
Yeah.
great question.
I don't even know who John
Harrison
likes.
Ford.
Everybody that
That's
should
a
love
great.
Harrison
That's a
Ford.
great one.
Yeah, Harrison Ford.
Wow.
Harrison
It's-
Ford.
It's a
You know
banger
John
pick.
quite well.
Well, I if I'm being honest with you, John and my father aren't very far off.
No,
in
we're
age.
not.
And-
Same.
And yeah, so
Harrison
I think
Ford is a great pick.
Like, I gotta- I
Jesse
would-
Body Ventura is a great pick.
Okay, that's
What on earth?
such a wrestling.
What are you
field.
talking
it's
about?
gonna be
He was
mostly
in,
wrestling.
He was in The Running Man, a great movie. The good-
in the Baja, I talked to Hogan and he didn't want to do a union.
That's not bad.
The body.
You need to work on that.
Oh yeah, macho man. Yeah, oh yeah.
Terrible.
Oh boy. Oh man.
Terrible.
I forgot that Matt does bad impressions.
Oh, get
I
ready.
forgot
That was
about
a
this.
good one. That was a great one.
My Macho Man impression doesn't go any farther than the Sam Raimi first Spider-Man movie.
Oh, when he was Bonesaw.
Bonesaw is ready. I got you for
Great
3
choice,
minutes.
by the way, for that part.
3 minutes.
Great
of
choice for
playtime.
that.
He was pretty
Harrison
perfect
Ford just
there.
Followed up by Jesse the Body Ventura. That's crazy. That's wild.
No, I don't know if I really had a
The
favorite
governor of
actor.
Minnesota, Jesse
I mean,
Ventura.
there were movies of certain people like Arnold or Burt Reynolds and stuff that I liked.
I would wonder, I would love to interview one of your sons and be like, did you ever just walk into the living room and John was watching World War II in color?
I don't think John's that type of guy.
Really? You're not that
John's
type
not.
of
I don't think John's
middle-aged
a.
father?
I don't think he's a World War II dad.
You're not.
What are you talking?
World War II dad?
I love watching World War II.
I love the
stuff.
World War II. It was a great
No,
war.
What a
no,
great
no,
war.
no,
I loved all
no.
the deaths.
No, I like World
We
War
can
II
test
stuff.
this. What's your favorite airplane from World War II?
Ooh, great question.
Wow, I have no takes on that.
I have
You're
zero
not a World
clue.
War II dad. World
Well,
War
I
II
mean,
dad has a take.
I mean, the Enola Gay won the war.
That's true.
It
was a bomber.
There it is.
I mean, the P-51 Mustang
Were
was
you-
was America's plane.
Did you enjoy Oppenheimer? We were like, wow, I'm
I have
reliving my
not seen.
childhood.
I have not seen Oppenheimer.
No, you haven't.
I've not seen Oppenheimer.
You haven't?
No.
You would. What do you mean you haven't seen?
I just
Oppenheimer?
haven't.
It's a great movie.
I'm sure. It's great.
Surprisingly, we never did it for a movie club.
I am too.
Isn't it like 5 hours or something?
3.
It is kind of long.
We've done 3-hour movies before.
I like the.
I liked it better. Okay, here we go. Back in my day, I liked it better when we had more good movies that were short versus less movies, but they're longer.
Great take.
Movies are
John.
long.
Great
Now that
take.
said, like Godfather's 3 hours, so like
Okay,
3 hours can be reserved for the epics.
But that is an epic.
I mean,
there's
Oppenheimer's an epic.
There's a lot of 3-hour movies that don't need to be 3
No, for
hours.
sure.
And we've done a few of them on our
agree.
show.
But Oppenheimer, it's
I think there's
quite the story to tell.
There's a time and the place for a 3-hour movie. You know,
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Lord of the Rings. There was a time.
Here
Excellent
we
job,
go.
Matt.
Great
There was
movies.
the place.
Excellent
Good
take.
Lord, I'm surrounded by
there-
morons.
There you need it. But now, like,
It's like being surrounded by fluky bears.
Avengers Doomsday is going to be 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Again, a comic book movie does not need to be 3 hours. and
Kinda
45
does,
minutes.
John.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
The problem is because, again, we've turned everything into a Royal Rumble. Oh, we got to have every superhero and every supervillain, and we're just going to have them fight
John,
for 3.5 hours.
I don't know how to tell
That's
you,
crap.
John. I don't know how to tell you this, but comics have been doing this since the 60s.
Okay.
They've done this for years,
Okay.
decades.
Stanley, you gonna get mad at Stanley? May God rest his soul, John.
The father
Stanley,
of
who's
comics.
Stanley?
That's a tough. Have you seen that documentary of like him at like the end of his life and he was like getting taken advantage of? Tough watch.
No.
Yeah, but didn't he?
Jeez, man, come on, we're trying to have fun here.
Didn't he
Oh,
take
I mean,
advantage of
John
some
keeps
folks?
yelling.
Stanley?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What? So
That's severe.
the-
He's the comic book
the
guy.
general consensus of what I've been getting into comics is that he would write it and then he would try to take credit for basically what the artist would draw the scenes and everything, and he would try to take credit like that was my idea for them to do that, but it was really very much the people drawing did that, and then he would add in the words after.
Look, I kind of like your idea with
Grinded to a halt. Good job,
the
everybody.
Avengers movies being the Royal Rumble because everybody does kind of get a spot. you
Yeah,
know?
but it
Everybody-
went from like
Yeah.
here to there
Yeah.
in a heartbeat.
Everybody.
I mean, you had all of these great characters that you could have developed slowly and over time, but instead it was like, we got to pump out 5 movies a year. And by end of the 6th movie, it's like, we got to play them all in the same movie.
I think 2 hours and 5 minutes is like the perfect runtime.
That's a good time.
You know.
All the Star Wars movies used to be that length.
They were 2 hours.
They were
Yeah.
like 2 hours and a couple of minutes
Yeah.
extra on
Yeah.
either side.
Give me 4 really good acts.
A comedy that's an hour 40.
I'll take that. Like I've never really been into rom-coms and I'm not too much of a slapstick comedy guy. Like I like Adam Sandler, but I'm not like oh my God, I've watched every movie and I love him.
Yeah, of course not.
Well, like I've seen Happy Gilmore once. I have
Once?
I have no intention of seeing Happy Gilmore.
I understand that.
like
You're not a Happy Gilmore guy?
No, I like Happy Gilmore, but again, it's a movie
'Cause he
that's
has
older.
Gen Z brain slot?
It's a movie that's older than he is.
I love Happy Gilmore.
well, it's different strokes for different folks. And I've also been like my dad has pilled me into liking the movies that he likes.
Ugh.
So like my dad loves Jason Statham. So I've seen
My dad also loves Jason. John, do you like Jason Statham?
I don't know if I've ever seen any of his
like
movies.
I've seen
Transporter?
Italian Job?
Nope.
Talent.
Nope.
I bet John would love Jason Statham.
Yeah,
I'm
of course
sure-
he would.
I'm sure
he's
it's
a guy
great.
who fights people and shoots them and then has quippy comments.
It's like Landman. Middle-aged
but,
white dudes love Jason
they
Statham.
do.
But
Landman.
but are they as quippy as
I'm-
here is Sub-Zero, now Plane Zero?
I
I'm
don't
the
know, John.
beekeeper. I'm the librarian.
Wow, Hudson literally just said, "Watch the Beekeeper."
I'm a working man.
Do you feel like Statham plays the same character in every movie? Of
course he does.
Slightly different.
But he
Well,
doesn't-
doesn't Arnold play every same character in every
That's
movie?
why I don't see a lot of his movies.
Well, that's
Love
The
it, but
Rock
it's
too.
great.
Yeah, exactly.
It is The Rock.
The Rock made Smashing Machine just so they could do the close up on him at the Golden Globes yesterday, and so he can be at the Oscars. That's
Oh,
why
and
he
now we
did it.
brought it back full circle to the Maxwell
We
Awards.
have.
That's right. That's how this all started.
Nice.
Well, I
Did
just
The
wanted-
Rock
A bit
win?
early to come full
Did The Rock
circle.
win?
Hell no.
Why
I
not?
watched the first 10 minutes of Smashing Machine. I was like, this is the worst acting I've ever seen.
Wasn't that bad? I
it
haven't
is The
seen it
Rock.
yet.
Well, so I then
Is
talked
it
to,
streaming?
yeah, it was on the plane when I took
Oh,
a flight.
that's not streaming.
It's
That's
streaming
just
on the plane.
That's just on
Streaming
an
on the plane.
airplane. Yeah.
Book
That's
a flight and watch it for movie
I
club.
talked to Odds.
Oh, it's gonna arrive on HBO Max this month. Maybe I'll pick it for Movie Club.
And I
Ooh,
talked to
doesn't
Odds.
sound like you should.
I talked to Odds, and I was like,
I can't trust this guy's taste.
that was terrible. Screw you. That was I was like, that was a terrible acting the first 10 minutes. He goes, you know what? Josh was like, I agree completely. Okay, you can just tell me to adjust the mic. You don't
I
have to tell
didn't
me
want to
to
be.
wrap it.
You were in the middle of something.
There was
I was
more
just gonna-
rude. Just say, hey, you know, you can do some.
I've been looking over. He's just adjusting it over and over and over. And I was about to say the same thing. Nick, just tell him to hold the microphone close to his
Well,
mouth.
but here's the thing. It didn't look like he was violating the Is that mic gone bad or something?
No, the thing has.
The arm.
Yeah,
is-
I didn't know. I had to tighten the arm.
It's
What I
a
was gonna
low
say,
T
though, as I
mic
told
arm.
Odson
Yeah.
the acting was terrible, and Odson said yes, it was, but like they were trying to emphasize like who he was as a character, and it got better as it went on. Is what Odson thought. So
All right, I'm gonna pick this.
So the
Yeah.
character, so the
I wanted to
character
see it, I just
itself
never
is
got
a
around to
bad
it.
actor, and so we need a bad actor to
but he
play
got,
him.
but he got
January 23rd, it'll
he
be on
got
HBO
and,
Max.
Nominated for awards with it. So clearly, like some people thought that he was pretty good.
This guy doesn't think Happy Gilmore's that good. Can we really
No,
trust his takes on things?
I just said I saw it once. I didn't say it was good or bad.
But then
It
you
was
said
fine.
you had no desire to see it again, which implies you think it's not good.
No, but I love Anchorman and Anchorman 2. You know,
Hell
I watched-
yeah,
I watched
Anchorman
those.
2, baby.
Anchorman 2 is so
But
good.
again,
Thank
those
you.
are closer of your time.
Toby, oh Toby.
Those are closer of your times. I don't shame Matt for not being
wow,
enamored. Well,
wow,
okay.
that is so unlike you.
That is.
Seriously, he's
Again,
been telling me for years.
hold
If it
on.
wasn't before your time, then you don't like it. But now Matt's like, yeah, I didn't like it. And you're like,
no,
as one does.
No.
You know
no,
what
no,
it is?
no.
It's because
that is
him and-
wrong. That
because
is
Matt and his
wrong.
kid are close in age.
That is wrong.
Interesting.
That is wrong. It's not like
gives him leeway.
he refuses to watch it. He watched it. But I also understand why it might not connect, because how many people have a movie that's rewatchable over and over and over again that precedes them?
Wimbledon with Paul Bettany was pretty great.
What? What the bleep is that?
Wimbledon with
I
Paul
love
Bettany.
Paul Bettany.
Paul
That was
Bettany
before you were born?
No, it's not. But I was.
Yeah,
Just,
he's talking about movies before you were
Okay,
born.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
then how come you're giving this grace to Matt about movies that were before he was born? But then when I say I don't want to watch Seinfeld because I didn't
Okay,
like
but you
it,
never give it a chance. He
I've
actually
given
watched
it a chance. I don't like it. Anything I've seen of it, I don't like. You're not giving me the
I
same
rewatched
grace
it.
you're
No,
giving him.
you've seen like bits and clips. You haven't like sat down and actually tried to watch it.
Yes, I have.
Remember we did the episode that one time.
I didn't like it.
We did the contest.
That was supposedly the best episode of all time.
I
It didn't
think
do
the
anything. for
takeaway
me.
here is because John likes me more than you like.
Yeah,
Nick.
I know.
This is kind of what you got to
That's
take away.
probably
That's
true.
tough.
It's
Mhm.
probably true.
That's tough look for you.
Mm.
That's tough.
Yeah.
But
Then it
not-
says
but
John
don't worry,
hates Nick
but not worry.
confirmed.
Not this week, because I hate Matt because
Yes.
he roots for the fluky Bears.
With the Fluky Bears that have won 12 games this season, call me a fluke all you want. You know what? If I still take the hot girl home from prom, ain't nothing fluky about it.
Well, I heard about your dating history. You weren't obviously taking any hot girls from home from prom.
Well, I was taking them home. I just wasn't making them exclusively mine.
That sounds a little weird.
That does
Okay,
sound
sorry.
weird.
Yeah.
I wasn't dating. I wasn't like.
Yeah,
oh,
were you
perfect.
going to the prom in an unmarked white van?
We didn't have a prom.
Your school did not have a prom.
COVID.
COVID.
You didn't have COVID prom.
Oh,
COVID prom.
Why didn't you get on Zoom? Have a Zoom prom. People were doing that, right?
Probably.
God dang that you had a prom in 2020. It's
I
just
did,
like,
I did not. We
holy
did not have a
crap.
prom in 2020, and then we tried. You guys remember? Of course, you remember. Like there was that in March. We were like, okay, in the summer it'll open up. Like it'll be like we still for
Yeah.
whatever reason thought we were actually gonna like bend the curve or flatten the curve or whatever the hell they were telling us to do.
Yeah.
And so we were like planning to have a prom in July, and then as just the weeks went on,
July prom.
and we were as the weeks went on, we were like, this is not gonna work out. Like nothing is gonna clear up. So then we actually just rented out a lake house in Wisconsin, and our parents let 9 18-year-old boys go up and drink on their own with no supervision for 3 days.
Hell yeah.
It was one of the stupidest things that they've ever could have decided.
Yeah.
And this happened in 2020. Like this isn't like an 80s story. Like they let us go up there and just get hammered.
It probably
together.
should be a movie.
Wow, COVID was almost 6
It
years
probably
ago.
is a movie.
Actually, well, there you go. You've just come up with a premise for a movie.
I think I would be a terrible movie writer.
Well, but you just have to come up with the idea. You get a couple of good professional writers to flesh it out. and
Or
then you
just
got-
AI, just let AI. Hey, AI.
Okay, we're not going to let AI do it.
Yes, we should. Did you see
No.
the AI commercial about they lost the little,
Mm,
doll during the playoff game, and
No.
then they were able to make the doll talk and be
This
like,
is a-
"Hey, I'm okay."
I hate this already.
What on earth are you talking
I'm not in
about?
support of AI. Don't look at me.
Well, you just suggested that
You
AI
just
should
said
write
you
your
support
movie.
AI.
Clip that.
What?
What?
I mean, he's saying like market.
Yeah, no, but why? I'm confused.
Oh,
I didn't
who
say
knows?
that I support AI. I just said that I would have an AI guy write my movie.
Hmm.
That's not supporting.
Why would you take your great idea and let AI do it instead of a professional?
Yeah,
I'm
you're a
lazy.
creative person. Use your creativity.
Well,
Yeah,
it doesn't have anything to
tired.
do with you. I mean, you just have to hire somebody.
I hosted 4 hours of radio show on my own today. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
All right, get used to it.
I know.
That's your job now.
Brazen head, I'm coming.
Nice. Congrats on sleeping in a little bit, though.
Dude, it was awesome. I still woke up at 4:15, like naturally.
Of course.
today,
Probably because you've been used to it.
So I haven't, like, I got to work through that. But then, like, being like, oh my God, I literally have like 3 more hours to do nothing before I actually have to like put rubber to the road. This is awesome.
Good.
So that'll be great. I look forward to sleeping. I'm going to sleep.
Well, enjoy your nap.
Dude, I can't wait.
Enjoy your nap. Yes, indeed.
It'll be incredible.
Well,
I thought that was a solid crossover, a solid first crossover.
You know what?
Absolutely.
A lot of sports.
We'll grow into it.
I was I came up to the plate. There was Chris Coughlin, just slapped a nice little single into right field.
Oh, see, this is gonna be a bump, man. So, because I got excited today, like, wow, we can actually do some like hardcore NFL talk. Not that Haber doesn't watch the NFL, but he doesn't like care about teams. But now I just realized, crap, we're gonna do some hardcore baseball this summer, aren't we?
No, because my relationship with the Cubs is very different from John's relationship with the Cubs.
What's your relationship?
So, they get to spring training and I look at the roster and I go, "Ooh, go." And then we get to opening day and I look at the roster and I go, "Okay, I don't know him. I don't know him. Let me schedule this up."
I mean, I think that's kind of like
Yeah,
I'm good. And then I watch 2 games a week, and that's it. And
yeah, I guess that's more than or less than John.
I make sure that I get my 2 games in, and I look at all the rest of the scores, and I'm like, and I do enough not to like. If I don't know if you and I could have hardcore fan conversations about the team.
No, we could.
We're,
I'm sure we could.
Where like you probably outnumber me there, but I do enough so I can be like, I definitely can root for them and take credit for this postseason victory.
Well, I can tell you this much.
Mm.
The Chicago National League Ball Club, should they ever get good enough again to make a deep run in the playoffs, will not do it via fluky means.
Well, it's a 162 game season. So it's
exactly. That's why baseball is the great sport.
Yeah, it's a fine sport.
Love baseball.
It's an okay sport.
It's a great sport.
It's a great way
I can't
to
wait.
describe
NASCAR starts, though, February 15th. Let's go.
They're
baby.
announcing the new playoff format in about 6 minutes.
Oh,
I know.
God,
I can't wait. We need it. We need the
John,
new
it
playoff
sounds like
format.
we're getting the chase back.
Are we
I
getting the chase?
might start watching NASCAR
I'm
again.
dreading this.
Why are you
All right,
trying?
now we got to
Did
go
you
to
not
break.
like the chase?
I would just prefer we go back to the way it used to be.
God, he is my
Yeah,
dad.
here comes the stage racing.
No, I
Nah,
hate stage racing.
I know
Stage
you
racing
do.
is bad.
I know.
It's
you do.
stupid.
I'm with John in that I would rather it be a full like Formula One where it's full point season
Yeah,
format, but
I prefer
we're
full
probably
points.
not going to get
No, I know.
the chase is a good compromise.
It's just like with once you start playoff creep never reverts back.
I like stage racing.
Which is why the Big Ten being stupid just drives me insane. Because once we get to 24, it's going to be 36. Then it's going to be 64. Then it's going to be 100.
How many stinker of F1 races were there? I mean, this year's probably not the best example, but in years past, there's been so many F1 stinkers where it's like, yep, Verstappen's up 30 seconds. It's over. It's over in 8 laps.
Otson says, Josh beginning to check out and watch television. Can't say I blame him. It turned into car talk, and now, eyes glaze over.
Yeah.
I think that's where we say that was the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair
Happy
in
Arbor
Omaha
Day.
at everlevelconcrete.com.
Is it Arbor Day?
No, I was
going to say.
I think a Happy New Year.
Oh.
It didn't land.
When it's bad, it's crappy boo year.
crappy boo year.
No, I did not know. That was not. That
No,
was
it wasn't. I
not
was
a
just
crappy
telling
boo.
you.
It was just
it was a crappy boo.
It was
I
just-
enjoyed it, man.
I thought for a first crossover with Matt, it was a solid crossover. I'm not saying it's a Happy New Year, but like you said, it's a solid slap single by Chris Coughlin.
Coughlin turns the corner, and that's our Benny's toast of the game. If you can't find it at Benny's, Ron,
It's probably not worth drinking.
that was cross.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com.
Good stuff, Matt.
Matt,
job.
take your problematic hat and get your butt out of here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is
It is,
cultural
yeah.
misappropriation.
Yeah, probably.
But it is the one franchise that's still allowed. The Chiefs too.
Wow, woke
Still
John.
Still allowed
Yeah.
to do it.
I know.
logo.
John's
No, I'm just
changing a whole
pointing it
lot.
out. I'm not saying I support or don't support. I'm just
Do
saying.
you support it? Do you support problematic logos? Are you a Redskins fan?
No.
John was woke before everybody else was.
Whoa!
He told us that like 9-year-old himself was like, this is a slur. They need to get rid of this. Seriously. I'm not even
Yeah.
kidding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you write a whole expose about it?
No. They wouldn't have allowed that essay in English class.
Fair enough.
I would have loved to have written it because it would have been better than whatever other subject we were supposed to. Like,
Sure.
why should the Washington?
Glenn Hall
Change
is
their name.
misappropriating.
Yeah. But at the time, Washington was good.
Sure.
So
Good point.
it's different. All right. Have a good one.
Bye, Matt.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
There's McMaster, host of Middays with Matt.
Wow.
And we will be back on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from KETV Newswatch 7.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okay, here we go. Another exciting week of fun and frivolity. What?
Not a new show. This is the same show.
It's true.
Well, no, it is a new show. This
No,
is not a rerun.
Oh, crap.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It's going to sound really dumb if we, for some reason, decide to rerun this show. Then I will be lying.
Well,
But we don't typically rerun full shows.
Maybe that's the idea. Maybe that could be our 2026 days off situation. We just all take the day off together, and suddenly people are getting a Super Bowl recap in May. How fun would that be?
I don't know if that's a good idea.
How fun would that be?
We started playing around with that like 4th of July, Memorial Day last year.
Oh, wow,
We're
that's
playing
right.
full shows.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Yes, we are like cockroaches. Step on us and somehow we
Whoa.
still crawl to freedom.
I thought John was telling people to step on us.
Well, I kind of do anyway.
Step on me, daddy.
Some
It's
do.
a fetish.
Yeah,
Some
exactly.
do.
You know
We
what I
don't kink
realized?
shame on
Which
this
is
show.
what it is.
What I've realized this morning,
What's
we
that?
are now the horniest show on the radio station
Uh-huh.
I mean,
because of him.
you know what? It's called human. It's just the way biology works, Nick. We don't, it's funny, this day and age, people are all like,
Daddy's
you gotta
home.
tell us
Lick,
about
lick,
your-
lick.
you gotta tell us about your feelings. Tell us about your feelings. But yet one kind of feeling, no, don't tell us of that. It's like, y'all can't make up your damn minds.
I mean, I just don't want to hear about your horniness, but if you want to, John.
Well, I don't want to hear about anyone's feelings all the time either.
You're the one who's always caught in your feels. Wait till the college football playoff comes up today. I bet you'll be all feel boy after that happens.
There is no feels.
You don't have feels.
Indiana's going to win.
No, I meant the expansion stuff, the Big Ten.
Well,
stuff.
everyone knows how I feel about that. It's stupid.
Mm.
That's not so much getting caught up in my feelings. That's just acknowledging the obvious. Like the sun rose today. Hey, Big Ten came up with another dumb idea. The sun came up today.
Stibbs writes, I'll listen to a recap of the Broncos win over the Bears in the Super Bowl.
If we get Broncos and Bears in Super Bowl, ain't gonna happen. By the way, did you get any of the audio
from
Stibbs
of his dad?
Yeah.
Oh, he sent me video.
We need this audio.
I don't know. He was like, I'm not going to post this publicly. So I think I subscribed
I
to
talked to Stibbs yesterday.
Oh,
I
he
was
said
like,
we can have it?
I think we need to play this.
All right, cool. I'll get it. I'll get it in the system.
Well, we'll wait for we can wait for tomorrow. I don't need any more damn Bears talk today. I'm going to be Bearsed out by the end of this week.
I want to talk about this
all
game.
these stupid bandwagon Bears fans now are going to come out of the woodwork, and once again, we're going to be compared like the Rams of 2001, who was Al Qaeda, to the Patriots freedom fighters.
Wait, so the Bears are Al Qaeda or they're the freedom fighters?
No, the Bears are,
mission accomplished.
I acknowledge,
Watch
yes,
us
there
drive.
are actual legit Bears fans in this town, but now there's going to be even more of them crawling out of the woodwork like cockroaches.
Or is the Super Bowl in Miami this year?
No, it's in Santa Clara.
Damn it.
Why?
Because if it was the Bears and the Broncos, they were in Miami. We could have just called it the Orange Bowl, the Super Orange Bowl.
Okay, that's actually pretty solid, Nick. Good job
Thank
by
you.
you. I was very confused.
I know
It's
they're
a
not
stretch,
playing,
John, but it was pretty
I know
solid.
they're not playing in the Orange Bowl, but you get the idea, John. It's supposed to invoke nostalgia.
Yeah, John, you love nostalgia. You remember the 80s?
Yeah, you talk about it all the time.
When the Bears got their one good team that they're allowed to have, and then after that,
By the way, speaking
Nothing.
of the Broncos, the Stibbs, and speaking of Stibbs, he's filling in for you on Friday. What's his movie club pick again? The murder of somebody?
watch it
or-
on Tubi.
Drop Dead Gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Watch
be
it on
4
Tubi.
hours.
I saw him on Friday. He loaned me the DVD. Thank you, Stibbs. I get to watch it without commercials this
Hey,
week.
Stibbs, can Josh
Almost
loan
seems
me
like-
the DVD after he?
I was going to
after
watch
he's
it on
done?
Wednesday. I'll bring it on
sounds like
Thursday.
cheating.
Perfect. Thank you.
Also,
it's almost like you're not watching it in its true habitat.
So
I mean, it's available.
Yeah. So, you know, I've been trashing on Bo Nix a little bit. I've been saying that he's mid and he sucks and he's going to lose. And now I get to root for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills versus the Broncos.
Oh, you're a fraud, though. You were out on the Bills. You ditched him.
Well,
you left him on the side of the road. You left him for dead.
Sometimes you're wrong about picks, John. Sometimes you're right. I do what I can. Anyway, he's in on Friday. That could be quite the conversation. Quite the conversation with him on Friday's Grum. Speaking of Grums.
Grum Downs.
Grum down, 26.
Or is it Grums down?
Grum down.
Grum down.
No, the Grum is up, baby. We are
I was
happy
wondering,
place today.
I'm
not throwing up anymore.
Football,
that's cool.
And it's always never let me down. I'll talk about it later. It didn't make any sense, Nick, but it's a sentence.
Legally, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here. Great start to the Grum Down. What else do we got today, John?
Nebraska hoops. Now we have to start thinking really big.
They'll never lose again.
We keep saying this. Every game, people are like, man, I think we have to take them seriously. What does this mean? We have to really big? What do you mean?
No,
Natty?
That's different than it's different.
All right. Topic alert. I can't wait.
There's been a weekend of portal harvesting. I don't even know if my graphs and charts are even updated now.
Yeah, who cares?
With all the additions. Mitch Sherman will be along to help us break it all down with the Athletic.
Thank God. Nice kid, Nick.
Thank you.
NFL this weekend, 4 out of 5 ain't bad.
Yeah, you know, the Chargers would have been a funny win, but you know.
Oh, it would have been a hilarious win, but they're the Chargers.
I definitely don't have my dander up about the Patriots right now compared to late stage Tom Brady, Bill Belichick Patriots, but
well, brace yourself.
Well, certainly I'll be rooting for if the Texans win tonight, Houston. But if they win, then if Pittsburgh wins, go Pats go next week.
Ugh.
I'm sorry, John. Those are the
That
rules.
is gross.
Those are the rules.
Will the Steelers end their decade-long playoff win drought?
I have a question for you guys when we get to this topic regarding the Steelers.
Okay, perfect.
It's a Michael Severe Monday.
Excellent.
We'll talk about Chicago's real story, and that's Alex Bregman's a Cub.
This one, don't worry, people. This is not a topic. It is in content. Don't worry. We're not devoting a whole segment to the Cubs.
Michael Toley is going to the Reds now. Can you believe that?
No.
The one time I spend a lot of money on an actual jersey and that guy goes to the Reds and not with the Rockies.
Now you know what it's like to be a child, Nick, who roots for a player that leaves.
Now I just have a Rockies jersey with this dude's last name who doesn't even play for the team anymore. What am I supposed to do with this?
Throw it in the trash, Nick.
I think teams like
cost too much money. I'm not going to do that.
Donate
teams like Oregon were ahead of the curve, right? It's all about if you're going to attract the kids, it's not about with great players. Like, you know, folks around here when I was growing up, they were huge Royals fans because of George Brett or Bears fans because of Walter Payton, or name a Husker, you know, from back in the day. Now you can't really root for a player anymore because like that, they'll be gone to another team, college or pro.
Kenneth says,
so it's all about literally rooting for fabric. Hey, that's cool uniforms. Let's root for them.
Did you buy it recently? Fanatics will replace it if so.
I bought it at the team store in Coors.
Yeah, I think you're SOL on that one. Chris writes, Nick looks like he just stumbled out of a Hawthorne Hikes video. Sorry, John. There was one more.
No. What's a Hawthorne Hikes video?
Hawthorne Heights. It's a band.
It's what Nick looks like, definitely.
Yeah. Well,
except they're probably not into McLaren.
They should be.
It's the hat. It's the hat.
Well, but you've done this before.
Yeah, this is nothing new.
I'm just used to it. Yeah. Oh, okay. And get ready for the takes because Dylan's a duck.
Man, you want to talk about something I was way wrong about. I thought that this was all pretend and that it was his dad essentially wish casting it so people would write about it. I didn't buy this happening. Also, pretty wild that he left Nebraska and now is maybe going to be a backup next year on purpose.
With a better franchise.
Oh, sure, of course.
Again, my hope,
like he actually took a step up.
My hope that Dylan Raiola does incredibly well, and so then it just makes you question Nebraska's program is still kind of alive.
Wow, something that could make us question Nebraska. That would be a rarity, Nick.
Yeah.
I got to take.
By the way, can we? Oh, go ahead.
I'm not going to root for him. I have to root for him. I'm getting already a little tired of the. Oh no. Like root against him. It's okay to say you don't like the guy. Even though
I didn't know there was anybody out there that was willing to do that.
You know how people are. They let him be. Leave him alone. Last year I said root against Scott Frost and people freaked out and clicked on my story a million times.
Do you think now that
Thank you.
Do you think now that he's closer on the West Coast, he's going to start imitating Stafford instead of Mahomes?
No, definitely not. He's still Mahomes build. Did you see the photo of Mahomes wearing an Oregon jersey one time?
Man, if he's going to imitate Stafford, maybe he'll actually be a good quarterback. Hey-o. Just kidding. Just kidding, Dylan.
Nick, we need a sports flash. Are you kidding me in the first segment?
Wait, what?
I got news.
Is it the NASCAR championship format update?
It better be.
No.
It better be worth it. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
From Tim Verghese, who is on this morning's Connor Happer and Mike Schaefer show. Happer and Schaefer. Have you heard of it, John? 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Reporting that Nebraska has added a commitment from Pitt defensive line transfer. Oh, wow. I hit it way too early. Jashir Breadman Whittington. How fun of a name is Breadman? That's the opposite of Dan Hoppin. That guy hates bread. I wish
Really?
Dan still. Oh, yeah. He thinks it's empty calories. He's like, it's a waste of stomach space.
But
Kinda
it
like
tastes
mayonnaise.
good. Aren't food guys supposed to like taste,
They-
not just have to worry about calories?
Yeah, they usually.
I'm so confused.
Why is this a sports flash?
Because I just saw it.
Because
I
it's
wanted
the
to make-
bread man
yeah.
of the group, John.
Cool.
The rye guy.
Cool. All right.
Mr. Whole Wheat.
402-951-1620. You can get in touch with us anytime on the hotline presented by Prairie Flower Casino. You can hit us up, J-Tech Construction's own Twitter page. Yes, we have a Dylan poll for you. We'll talk about that next segment.
Cool.
And the J-Tech Construction's own Twitter page at USC 1620. I did not want to go further without acknowledging the obvious. If you missed it earlier today, there have been some changes on this radio station. Connor has moved to the mornings. He's being joined by our friend Mike Schaefer. And we just spoke with Matt, who has taken over the middays. And Gary is gone. And I support my teammates. I'm very thrilled to have Mike Schaefer in the family full time. I'm very happy for Matt, who I think is a very young, talented broadcaster, despite his terrible choice at NFL teams. But I wanted to talk about Gary because I've known Gary for 30 plus years, and we have run in the same universe, but kind of in different galaxies, I guess. It's hard. I couldn't come up with an analogy. We've worked together for a long time in a couple of different places, Lincoln and then later in Omaha. In fact, when I got hired on here and then found out very shortly thereafter that Gary was coming on as well, I was like, man, we are assembling a really good team. And we did. Kudos to our old GM, Andy Ruback. And so upon learning about Gary no longer being here, it's very jarring because I think Gary is an extremely talented broadcaster. In fact, I don't like doing these things for a variety of reasons. The first and foremost is people's lives are affected. But I also don't like it because it's certainly not something Gary would want done either. Because that's one of the things I admire a lot about Gary is he was a very private individual. He kind of played his cards close to the chest, even though he's on the air and doing a radio show. I always admired that about him, just because, sometimes people kind of overshare. Gary never overshared. And this is just a me thing. I'm not talking about anybody else. I thought it was a very admirable trait. And this has been that's the way Gary's been since I've known him. I've always admired his organizational skills and in his mind. Because if you've ever tried to read Gary's handwriting, it's impossible. Plus that, and I'm just talking about either doing shows like this or prepping for a game. Whatever he has down in notes was probably like 1/20th of what I have down in notes. And yet he has this an incredible ability to regurgitate facts and figures from his own head that were, quite frankly, I was jealous because he was very, very good at that. I always wondered how he was able to do that. I always thought he had a tremendous mind and just a great Rolodex. And thus, it made him, in my opinion, a very good broadcaster, both as a talk show host and as a play-by-play caller. I was never more impressed with Gary than when, and this is going back many years, when he took over the Lincoln Stars hockey team. He was the first broadcaster for the Lincoln Stars. New hockey team just come to town. We hadn't had hockey in Lincoln before. The Lancers were only a few years old. So this was still becoming a hockey market. And the way he took to that, he made those broadcasts sound so freaking entertaining. It was incredible. And that obviously carries over in a lot of different avenues, not just hockey, but obviously he's done basketball, baseball, football, and TV, a lot of stuff. And like I said, we were like two different galaxies in the same universe where we didn't get a chance to cross over very often, but the times we did, I always enjoyed working with him, whether it was going back to our days doing baseball together at UNL or College World Series today, Big Red Overreaction. I was very happy, and I was thinking about this on the drive in. I really regret that we didn't get a chance to do more things like we did down in Kansas City earlier this year when all of us went down and shared the house and got a chance to all be together in a non-work-ish situation. I mean, we
were there for work, but it was what we got to do that night, especially before the game, was unlike anything we've ever been able to do together.
And even the next morning when we were doing shows and whatnot, it was just different. And it was good to be kind of outside. And I wish we would have done more things like that, because I really thought it showed off the strength of the organization. So again, I'm very happy that Shafe is here. I'm happy for Matt. I'm happy for Connor, for Joey, for Josh. But it's jarring that we don't have our teammate with us anymore, Gary Sharp. So I just wanted to share that. As far as how things went down, what went down, it's not my tea. So I'm not going to spill anything. It's not my story.
Not my story to tell.
Because I'm not privy to a lot of those things. But yeah, so Friday was tough, and the weekend took a lot of time to think over it, and just it's jarring.
It's not going to be as good as what you just did, but I also want to take a second to acknowledge Jimmy in all of this too.
Yeah.
Sorry
for not mentioning that.
He and I have gotten real close in his time here. After his show, he'd come back to the office, work on stuff, and we would always just talk about life, music. Literally, quite literally, I would not be engaged right now if it wasn't for Jimmy. He's the one who convinced me to go on that first date. So I know he and his wife are new parents, and I just wish them the best, and I hope they land on their feet, whatever comes next.
I think what John said at the end about how it's jarring is it's very understandable, because I think we're all still a little, whoa about everything. And I know that it is like that for listeners as well. One of the best parts about radio is building up the relationships, unlike television. And this isn't to besmirch a local newscaster or anything like that, but I mean, we have a 4-hour canvas. Gary had a 4-hour canvas in the morning, at one point as a solo host, so then it's really a 4-hour canvas of him, and other times doing a show with somebody else, whether it be Damon or Nick or Matt as of late. And to not have that relationship anymore, as someone who has been on the other side of the radio, I know how hard that can be. And so, yeah, you saying what you just did about our trip to KC, I think is very apt, because that was something that we had never gotten to do. And having that night together, I was scrolling through photos at the end of 2025, just looking for something to put on Instagram, and I stumbled upon all sorts of things from that trip. And it was a really special time that we got to have together. So yeah, I echo your sentiments for sure.
With that, we will take a break. Be back. 402-951-1620. Dylan is a duck. And what does that mean for 2026 and 2027? Have you looked at the future schedule?
Indeed.
1620 The Zone.
It's a new year and a new savings opportunity with lower prices at
Does anyone have an Apple charging thing? Because Josh's computer is going to die soon. I guess I say that knowing that means your face will no longer be seen after a period of time.
You're going to mess up my video.
I know I am. I don't like this.
And some people will be happy because then they won't have to look at your smiling face. I mean, the fact that Josh is so happy today, it's so unbecoming to be so happy to be thrilled for the misery of others. The poor people, the poor people of Philadelphia suffering today while you sit there with that smile, that smirk on your face. You got to be ashamed of yourself.
I'm not ashamed. So I was thinking about it. 2024 in June, and you'll laugh at me on this, but Celtics won the NBA championship, and I was in a pretty miserable state because I despise the Celtics. And I know you're laughing. And then
I didn't think you followed it that close.
But anyway. I don't like them. And then that college football season, what happens? But the hated Buckeyes of Ohio State win a natty. And then what happens but a few weeks later? the Eagles of Philadelphia win a Super Bowl. And so when I say that last year was my worst sports year ever, I'm not kidding. That was awful. And so I feel like I am on a heater right now. Because everyone I hate is down.
Because the Eagles are down?
Eagles are down. Ohio State lost. Alabama lost. All of the stuff in the college football playoff that I wanted to happen.
Aren't the Celtics like second in the East?
They are not going to win a championship. Jason Tatum's not going to be good enough. Like the Packers just went down in horrifying fashion. Horrifying.
Look at this. Look at this man smiling at the misery of others. This is terrible.
I'm just like
it's
you. I
You know
learned
who
from
else
the best,
smiled
John.
at the misery of others, Josh?
John Bishop when the Cowboys lose every time. Yeah.
Well, but that's
so I just want
admirable.
so here are the teams. If I were to rank who I want to win a Super Bowl in order right now, John, you better be on your P's and Q's.
I don't give a damn.
Because the universe is
you.
looking upon me fondly right now. Steelers, congrats tonight. You out. Good luck to your Rams next week, John. I want the 49ers to beat the Seahawks. Bye-bye, 1 seed, Seattle.
Have you ever heard the story of Icarus?
Yeah, push the boulder up the hill.
No, that's Sisyphus.
Oh, what did
Icarus
do?
had wings
he
made
flew
out of
too
wax.
close to
and
the
he
sun.
Flew a little too close to the sun.
Again, Nick, that was last year. I saw. Yes, will other good things happen to bad people? Of course.
Sure.
But this
happens all the time.
If sports isn't about watching and rooting against people as much as it is about watching and rooting for people, then what's sports? Then what is sports? Which leads us to Dylan Raiola.
Speaking of good things happening to bad. Oh no. Dylan wasn't a bad person, or was he?
As far as we know, I
guess. The rumors had been there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are true.
They are.
Dylan Raiola is transferring to Oregon. Oregon, you say? Wait a minute. Don't they have a quarterback who might be back next year? Yeah. Wouldn't Dylan be better advised to go somewhere where there's a ready-made position like it was when he came out of high school in the first place? Yeah. So what is going on here? What in the wide world of sports is going on here? Has Dylan turned over a new leaf? Has family Raiola turned over a new leaf where they're willing to maybe wait it out for a year if Mr. Moore decides to come back?
So there's a part of me that wonders, first of all, was the market just way softer than they figured it was going to be? You know, were you leaving?
Well, man, if this is a soft market, damn.
I mean,
to end up at Oregon?
Fair, but if you end up there as a backup, you know, like rather than a for sure starter. Like look at Calandria. He is going to be the starter for Nebraska football next year.
Or is the situation at Oregon so good that it's better to be a potential backup there than it is to be a starter at Syracuse? I'm just throwing it out.
Syracuse.
I mean, John, from the old school perspective of wanting to be on a team and to win and to not have it be about yourself, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
For the player that we have come to know who very much cares about his brand and has all these handlers on campus and his social media is curated to the nth degree.
Loves to look at space.
This would seem to be different. Very different.
But what about Adidas?
That's what makes this whole thing.
What about Adidas?
Well, it's obvious that was a bunch of nothing, right? Because that was the whole thing was, well, he doesn't need Adidas guy. It just goes to show. I mean, again, we don't know enough about how these contracts work and who's doing what with whom and when and who is getting paid by what. It's also weird. But at the end of the day, that's what makes this even more interesting. Is it Dylan who has turned over a new leaf?
Mm-hmm.
Is Oregon what's Oregon's role in all of this?
Great question.
Because, you know, yeah, you're getting a former 5-star quarterback, but he played in your league. Maybe didn't impress tremendously into some people's estimation. There's been all the talk about, well, the family's too involved, or
oh yeah.
That doesn't seem like something that a Dan Lanning organization would engage in.
Exactly.
But here we are.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's probably most interesting, at least for everyone around here, is what is this all going to say about Nebraska, about Matt Rule?
If he's good.
And just how everything has transpired. The takes that are going to come out of this are going to be crazy. And because we've not seen this before. Sure, Wandale left a few years ago, but he went to Kentucky. Nebraska and Kentucky, we're not going to be seeing each other. This is transferring inside the conference, and it is transferring a clear level up.
This is not the Tony White Florida State debate of last summer.
No, there's not going to be any debate over which program is better and which program is better suited for championships.
No, we know the answer to that.
Oregon's the former Big Ten champion, and they've been in the playoff the last 2 years.
And don't you find it interesting as well that with this team in particular, they have done this now before? Look at Dante Moore at UCLA. You're going to find a quarterback who struggled way more than Dylan did,
sure,
who had way less success team and individually than Dylan did,
sure,
who was also a former 5-star. And so if you view Dylan Raiola as damaged goods, which I think is fair, what did you view Dante Moore as? And so personally, I want to go hard in the paint and say, like, there's no way he's going to succeed there because I've watched him and I don't think that he has that level of quarterback play in him. But then there's the other part of me that says, but gosh, I mean, I also know what kind of a tire fire Nebraska football has been in recent years and what their offensive acumen has been. And I know the type of players that they're going to have around him in Eugene. And I really believe if he ends up sitting out a year, and I really do believe that could end up being like the best thing for him. I really believe that because it happened with Dante Moore. Dante Moore wasn't playing for UCLA last year.
Mm-hmm.
He played for UCLA in 24. I think he started 5 games, or in 23. Came to Oregon, sat on the bench, redshirt or whatever. Started this year, boom, top 5 potential pick now. You know, Scott says the same Moore that looked like poops Friday. Interesting. It's odd that a player can be good and have one bad game, but yes, that Dante Moore, who's going to be a first-round draft pick and had a really nice regular season otherwise.
Yeah,
that is the quarterback that I'm talking about.
I mean, yeah, we spend way too much time overanalyzing one particular game. Oh, this guy had a bad game. He can't be MVP or he can't win a Heisman or whatever. No. The fact of the matter is, this is the most fascinating player move that we have seen or will see so far in the young era of the transfer portal when it comes to Nebraska, especially an exit from Nebraska, because there's going to be a lot of takes, a ton of takes on what this means about Dylan, what this means about what he was willing to do, what this means about Matt Rule. And I'm already seeing some revisionist history going on.
Oh?
With Dylan and everything else, like going back to his first year and suggesting that, well, if they would have got Kyle McCord, they could have set Dylan out for a year. That was never going to happen, and that was never going to be entertained. When a program like this, who needs every boost that they can get in recruiting and in image and everything else, they weren't going to bring in a 5-star high school recruit and then sit him for a year. That was never suggested around here.
No.
And
it would have been awesome.
Oh, sure, it would have been awesome. But sure, it would have been great, but it was not going to happen. Now, could it have happened at a Georgia? Could it have happened at a higher profile place? Perhaps, because those schools can afford to do things like that. Nebraska could not. Nebraska was not going to be paying for 2 expensive quarterbacks. And why would a transfer come in here and play in one season at Nebraska, knowing that there was a guy waiting in the wings behind him? It was all, you got to remember, these guys are also looking ahead to the next level as well.
Sure.
And perhaps this is the opportunity that Dylan sees to go to the next level.
It makes sense in that regard. Again, it's just interesting that I would have figured that when they left that they were going to go, when I say they, I mean the Raiola family, pure starting, role is what they were going to want. And that's why I said, was the market a lot softer? And I don't think it was softer on quarterbacks. I just wonder if it was softer on him. And I do wonder what.
But again, he's going to Oregon.
Sure, but it might be.
That's a big deal.
I know, but if it's as a backup, you wouldn't say that step up program.
We don't know if
we don't know about Dante Moore.
We don't know if it's a backup yet
because there's a lot of chatter.
There's a chance there could be.
So let's say that let's say Dante Moore returns, step up in program by far. That is inarguable. Backup, that's different though. And taking a pay cut, I think too. That's the other part about this equation.
And that's going to be all speculations. We have no idea who's paying what for whom.
Yeah.
It might be a safe assumption. I don't know. But it would seem to signal the possibility of an attitude change of, well, maybe we're hearing things.
Humble pie.
Maybe we're hearing some things from NFL folks saying, yeah, you could use a little bit more seasoning. You could use a little bit better training. Also, keep in mind that has Oregon announced their new offensive coordinator to replace Will
Stein? I don't believe so.
That's the other interesting part I just thought about was, it's not like Will Stein's going to be in there anymore. Who is now, of course, Kentucky's head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, well, I think it sounds like Drew Mehringer.
Okay.
Or Mehringer. Mehringer. Maybe it's new offensive coordinator. But
yeah, apparently my wife says they promoted the co-OC.
All right.
So someone who's been in the system.
But that again, there are a lot of different layers to this story that make it really interesting.
And that, I think you mentioned it. Nebraska is going to play him now twice over the next 2 years.
Yeah, so the odds of seeing him play against you are pretty good, whether it's this year, next year, or both.
Mm-hmm.
The odds are pretty good, knowing, of course, that who knows, like transfer in another year. Dylan famously has been in many places many, many times. So this could be a one-year stop as well. We have no idea. But I'm all in on this. I'm really fascinated by this. I'm fascinated.
I wish that it was flipped and that they were coming to Lincoln next year instead of in 2027, because there's no guarantees that he'll be on the roster in 2027. But this is like an old school professional sports story. We don't get to see it as much in college, and we certainly don't get to see it as much with a player of this, I don't even want to say caliber, but of this
notoriety.
Bingo. Like, that is a story. If he's on the roster in 2027 and he's the starter and he comes to Lincoln, again, in what, year 5 of Matt Rule, like, that's interesting.
Sure, we could be jaded, we could be influenced, we could be a little, I don't want to say rose-colored glasses. In this case, it might be dark-colored glasses about a certain individual because we saw what they were doing here and maybe it didn't live up to the expectation. But the fact, there is a legitimacy that comes from when a program like this, who just got its ass handed to it 2 years in a row in the playoff, right? Mm-hmm. Oregon did win a game this year at least. But the last 2 years, their exits have been rather unceremoniously dismissed with prejudice.
Dude, the games have been over in the first half.
For that program to say, okay, if we're going to take the next step, we need to go this way. And it's not just about the quarterback, but let's face it, quarterback, most important position in sports. And the fact that they chose him, it makes things rather interesting in that we might see Dylan a certain way, but it's obvious outside of these walls, outside of these borders, he is seen a very different way, or at least perceived to be a very different way than maybe he is here. Mm-hmm. It's outside the borders, very different. And we don't know who the other schools might have been in on him. But the fact that Oregon, who could have had a pick of who they wanted, or as close to that as possible, given their resources, given their reputation, given their winning, this was the person they chose. This was the choice they made. And we get to see him in conference 2 years in a row.
John says Dylan played Rule. I wouldn't view this as Dylan playing Rule. I would view this as a mutual
played
party.
Rule how?
Yeah, exactly. I think Nebraska is very okay with whatever is happening moving forward. And I think that Matt Rule is very happy and very comfortable to not be dealing with this circus anymore.
Right. I guess
the Raiola family proper.
I should step back a bit. Maybe he's referring to the fact that he got played by him from the jump.
Well,
versus from the end, because that's another question that begs to be asked is why?
Why what?
Why did Nebraska, if there was it, I have to believe that there were some signs out there.
You mean like going to 4 different high schools?
That, how involved the family was. You know, you would think with someone like a Matt Rule, who's coming completely from the outside, who is coming in with a completely different viewpoint, has no preconceived notions, or maybe that's not the right word, but has no history with Nebraska or the way things have always been done around here. If there could have been anybody that walked into a situation and said, I'm not just going to take somebody because their dad played here, whether or not they're good or not. I'm going to take somebody because they fit what it is I do. But still took that player anyway. Because I'm getting a sense that moving on from Dylan is not only a move from a strategic or a player personnel standpoint, but it's also symbolic that things are going to be different now. We're going to do things again the way I wanted to do them. I meaning Matt Rule. Is that possible?
It's a very interesting theory.
Because again, I could understand somewhat similar to Bill Moose. Bill Moose came in here and it was kind of a foregone conclusion. You better hire Frost.
Mm-hmm.
Better hire him. I can't imagine Matt Rule being put in a position where he would have said, "Oh, you've got to go after Dylan. You've got to take him."
But I mean, how often can you say no to a 5-star quarterback? How often can you say that? No,
a
5-star quarterback.
Right. But it's about, you can't just be so enamored with stars. And we're doing a lot of supposition here. We're doing a lot of, project. I'm not 100% sure. You're right. It's hard to turn down a 5-star, but what if it does not fit what you want to do?
Well, I mean, I will say this before we go to break. Like the way in which they talked about him, it always seemed so different. And so compared to how Rule talked about every other player, it was always like, I don't want to say like kid gloves, but it was we got to do everything about here so we can match Dylan. And certainly by the end that wasn't the case. But I mean, that one, which was obvious. I don't know. If a quarterback of that caliber wants to come and you have like the natural ties. And so maybe they were kind of surprised by the way things went. I figured that they would be. Why would you take him if you expected it to go like this? I don't think anybody saw this coming. Well, I mean, think about it from this perspective.
But doesn't it feel like Nebraska's not only moved on from Dylan as a player, but they've moved on from the family, from the idea of a Dylan?
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes you get into a relationship and you think it's going to go one way and you get a couple years down the road and you're like, whoa, this is not at all what I expected.
Yeah.
And that's why breakups can happen. And this was a breakup that happened.
That's true. 402-951-1620. Poll question up on our JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Which of these 4 options best fits your opinion / attitude to the news that Dylan Raiola is transferring to Oregon? Your options are concerned he'll beat us because they will play each other the next 2 years. Mad that we let him go. Love the chance to beat him, or a whole lot of meh. I don't often take exception because it's your vote. You vote how you want. I'm questioning a lot of people's vote on this one. I think maybe they are trying to shield themselves.
Okay.
I'll explain. And we'll talk about when Nebraska did get out of the portal, because they got a lot of guys out of the portal too, and apparently more to come.
All right.
But first, John and Josh here for Underdog. Underdog, playing it is so easy. If you had a chance over the weekend like we did, you could have taken advantage of free quarterback play. You can pick any quarterback, you can just pick higher. Like I got higher on rushing yards, for example, for Mr. Bears quarterback.
Caleb Williams.
I won.
That's awesome.
It was great. It was wonderful. It was stupendous.
And they beat the Packers. That was even better.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to project on that.
Oh.
But I am going to tell you how much fun it is to play Underdog, how easy it is. You just go in, you pick whether or not a player is going to go higher or lower on points, on stats like touchdown scored, touchdown passes, rushing yards, passing yards, receiving yards. A lot of different possibilities. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play Underdog right here in Nebraska.
John, download the app today. Put in our promo code 1620 the zone. You're going to be able to score $75 in bonus entries when you play those first $5. So whether it's Caleb Williams maybe going higher against the Rams, that would be a whole lot of fun this weekend, or anything else. Again, use our promo code 1620 The Zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Sports Flash.
Oh my gosh.
For an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Well, you started it. From the sports.
This is going to get worse because I just had to deal with you two talking about it for 5 minutes.
You were busy trying to fix your broken computer.
But I still had to listen to you.
And
My
this
wife's
is
on the way with a new charger, by the way. So
This is an actual sports flash. It's not like your
I hope she
red
throws
one.
it at your face for as happy as you've been about the demise of her favorite
She's happy
team.
too. She doesn't have to watch them anymore.
What kind of a fan is that?
Eagles fan.
Good point. They do hate their team.
So what is this dumb sports flash about, John?
Oh, okay, John. Go ahead.
No, this is yours.
You wanted you.
No.
NASCAR has announced that they are going back to the chase format for the end of the season. No more win in your end. No more playoff BS. At the end of the season, the last 10 races, it's the chase for the cup. The best 16 drivers who have earned it on merit, John, because it's consistency.
Yeah.
Will battle to become the champion of NASCAR starting this season. This is better than the playoff, and I dare say it's better than the first version of the chase.
Okay. I have thoughts, but I already shared them with Nick.
There you go. And that's the end of that segment.
NASCAR.
So, like I said, normally I don't take exception with our poll results, but I'm calling BS on some of this. Because in our 4 options of the Dylan's a Duck poll question, 70%, that's even more than 69.
Nice.
Vote a whole lot of meh.
So you don't believe me when I vote a whole lot of meh?
I believe you when you vote a whole lot of
Why did you vote a whole lot of meh?
Because I'm happy that they're moving on from him. That quarterback. Where did this come from you? We watched him. He had, what was the numbers against power competition this year? 12 touchdowns and 6 picks? He was average against.
So you're not interested at all in this?
Oh, no. Sorry. I must have read the poll question wrong. I am very interested in him at Oregon.
Right.
I thought it was more, is he like.
I mean, I figured you might have been in the would love a chance to beat him conversation, which is second place with 20%.
Sure. Yeah. My bad.
Only 2% are mad that they let him go, which is still surprising to me, but okay. Whatever.
You know how it is, though, man. Anytime.
Oh, sure. Fans are going to fan.
There were Cowboys fans after the Micah Parsons trade that were like, yeah, I didn't want him. And it's like, that's the idiocy that fandom shows. So, sure. I'm not shocked about that. My bad. I misread the question. I misread the question. No.
That's
but
fine.
I am someone, and I know you are this way as well. I'm always interested in former Huskers going somewhere else.
I am too.
Head coaches, players.
Yeah.
I am fascinated by that stuff. And so, yes, I agree with you. Those who are voting in that are liars because James Williams says hello. Everyone's obsessed with that guy.
Oh, I know.
Long. And then when he left Florida State, everyone lost their minds again. So, yeah, I'm with you on this one. Very much with you on this one.
I just think people are guarding against their feelings. They don't want to admit that it worries them with the possibility that he could walk into Memorial Stadium, play his ass off, and beat Nebraska.
That is the really scary possibility in this entire discussion, is that he goes there and he is good. Because if that happens, then that tells you something.
Mm-hmm.
It gives away something that's going on with Nebraska football. Again, I'm someone that kind of thinks the answer is going to be somewhere in the middle, where I don't think that he is that type of player. There was a text that we got before my computer died that said, like, did you watch him in high school? Like, how different was he as a high school prospect versus what he became? And I wasn't doing tape grinding like Severe probably did, but I certainly watched some of the highlights. The thing that I never got over in his time in Nebraska was his big arm and how it never showed. His deep ball acumen. Year 1, he underthrew everything. Year 2, he overthrew everything. That was something that I thought, and we saw it in game 1 against UTEP. I'm serious. Go back and watch highlights in that game.
Yeah.
Watch the throws. And I know competition sucked, but watch the throws in that game. You cannot tell me that wasn't a different type of quarterback than the one that we saw in almost every game that followed it. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if better defenses, of course, come along, and that's going to make it harder. Poor play callers over the last 2 years. I definitely don't buy the excuse of like the players around him. He had an All-American running back, and I thought he had solid receivers.
And how about maybe the biggest question of all, the actual coaching / development?
We'd never talk about Glenn Thomas, right?
I mean, just because you're a 5-star doesn't mean that there isn't coaching and development that needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We always talk about making those 0 stars 3 stars or whatever, making 2 stars 4 stars. Listen. And Nebraska, and this has been an ongoing issue. Remember when we used to do hits, misses, and guys? How many 4-star flops
I know.
Came out of this program through a variety of different coaching staffs? I mean, this could be the greatest example of all. Should we see things out of Dylan, whether it's it'd be really interesting if we saw a night and day change without a sit-out year, without a red shirt.
If Dante Moore goes into the pros and he's a starter coming off an injury.
But even if there isn't, even if there is, or is, I should say, a red shirt-ish year. That's why, again, I think this is very fascinating.
It definitely
because
is.
It is going to help tell a clearer picture. I'm not saying it's going to be a definitive, but it's going to help create a clearer picture of what kind of coaching is going on and just how much development is there in a developmental program, or if Nebraska or AKA Matt Rule kind of sold out on their principles just to stargaze.
And
I'm not talking about your kind of stargazing.
What's the takeaway if he doesn't sit out and he goes and plays really well in 2026 and Nebraska's Calandria, he struggles and he's a turnover, not machine, but he's kind of up and down. I mean, is it just that obvious, smacks us in the face, where it just says, "Oh my gosh, look at this." And
well, and I don't even know if it matters what Calandria does.
If Dylan just goes in and
if Dylan just goes and
up.
lights the world on fire. Now, of course, the obvious thing will be, well, he's got a better offensive line. He's got a better, sure, but you can't underestimate the possibility.
Man, that'd be frustrating.
The possibility of maybe there's just better coaching.
Yeah, I mean, that would really be frustrating if you start to see things. Here's where it would show, right? It would show in some of the footwork that we have seen or lack thereof. Certainly, if he's able to, if he has better pocket awareness, pocket presence, given what we have seen through what 20 whatever games it was as a starter, that's the stuff where I'd say, whoa, if he's suddenly moving around even a little bit better, there's a part of me, man, that thinks like if he gets a little bit more mobile, everyone's going to talk about how in or out of shape he is, but if he looks like a different quarterback, but certainly if he's able to do those things and it shows itself very quickly, I think that, I mean, sadly, it's going to be quite the answer and then quite the response from people about what the hell happened.
And maybe Nebraska will have a new rival.
Yeah, again, like from the storyline perspective.
This is tremendous.
This is awesome. Again, we don't really get to see this in college. Maybe it's probably going to be more of a thing moving forward,
sure.
But players move on. But to see a name player like this and then to go to an in-conference opponent who you will play again in 2 years in Lincoln, which, fingers crossed, like that could be quite the scene if that happens. Quite the scene.
Did you see the social media post?
I saw it. All right. What's the thing that he's holding? Is that like a Yeti cooler?
Well, it's
supposed to be for blood. I think it's like a blood cooler. I think this is implying he's getting a green blood transfusion.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think that's what this is.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Because that's the kind of that I believe that is the symbol for thing, like
biohazard, medical waste.
Not is it waste or is it just like when people transport like organs and blood and stuff?
Oh, organ, get it? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, like in the pit.
I believe that's what that is.
Okay.
But yeah, there's all a bunch of green stuff in the background, and he's very
in
green
a bag.
now.
It's in a bag, so it's implying that he's getting a blood transfusion of green.
Wow.
Green blood. He's getting Hulk blood.
That is weird.
Unless Puddles' blood is green.
Maybe Puddles' blood is green.
There's only one way to find out there.
Type O blood. Wow, there's a lot of puns.
Congrats to Oregon. You get run off the field by Indiana, and now you got Dylan Raiola as your quarterback. That's got to be exciting.
You don't like this move from Oregon?
No, definitely not. I do not like this move for Oregon. But I was wrong on Dante Moore. So,
well, that's why I'm saying I think some of us we tend to have some dark colored glasses on this because we've seen it up close. But again, one of the things that make this story interesting, maybe he was just in the wrong position, wrong situation,
perhaps, and
things around him.
You do go to Oregon,
Possibly.
and I know they got run off the field, but they made the Final Four, and so they're a great program right now.
Well, they got ran off the field because Indiana's a damn wagon.
Yeah, and so you go there, they are going to ask something different of you. Dan Lanning is not going to coddle you. It will not be, oh man, we got to make sure that Dylan. No, they got the players. If you're the starter, you better perform.
Yep.
And so that's the thing about there. I don't know. I've watched him. I've watched every snap he's ever taken, and just don't. I don't know. Like this seems like a step back for what Oregon is about to get if he is their guy. I think Dante Moore is a better quarterback, but Dante Moore also has better players around him. But their wide receivers got hurt a lot this year, and they still won all those football games.
They beat Iowa.
They beat Iowa
with all those injured receivers.
And he made some nice throws late in that game. He had a huge run at one point in that game. Like he was able to deliver in that one. Made some big throws in the USC game. Be interesting. That's for damn sure.
This almost feels like there might be a list item coming. Of course, you can't add to the list because your computer's dead.
That's true, but hopefully it'll be back to working in a few minutes.
Well, maybe there'll be some list items coming up on Dylan. I have a feeling we'll have several
lots of
list
takes
items
this offseason about Dylan.
Yep.
We will have a lot of takes about it.
But what about the rest of the damn portal and what Nebraska has done? Also, that gives me a chance to update the graphic because, well, they've added another player.
Perfect.
And we wasted a sports flash on it.
No, we got to give a sports flash on it. And then Nick sullied it with NASCAR mumbo
NASCAR
jumbo.
was better than Rye Guy.
Nobody cares about NASCAR.
Nobody cares about Rye Guy.
Rye Guy?
Because bread.
Oh, bread man. Yeah.
1620 the zone. R.I.P.
Mm-hmm.
There were some good ones. We're talking about NASCAR again, Josh.
Yeah, I know. I went to the bathroom and I came back in and you were still talking about it.
Well, now you know how it feels every time you. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, you play with that.
Now you know how it feels every time you bring up the damn Cowboys.
I barely bring them up.
Barely
bring them up. That's an actual topic, though. You like
no,
making
it's
fun.
not.
You like making fun of them.
Well, now it gets so easy.
Yeah, I know. So you should like it.
Yeah. Sometimes you like a challenge.
Interesting.
Sometimes.
Interesting. Well, Creighton got one on Saturday, so there was your challenge for you.
Nice.
Yes, they did.
But this isn't about that. This is about the portal and Mr. What did you call him? Rye guy.
The Rye guy.
I thought when he said that he was talking about Raiola.
I did too.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And why are we calling? Oh, that's right, because his nickname is Bread.
Bread Man.
So we've ditched a pot roast. Well, that was 2 seasons ago. We've ditched a pot roast and added bread. I'd say
the pot roast is gone, but the bread is still on the menu.
I would say that is a trade down. Trade down.
Yeah, getting extra toast is always
Wait,
bad.
you like pot roast now?
Oh yeah, I had chili last night. Excellent, by the way.
What does that have to do with pot roast?
It's just a thing that
That's another thing that Josh didn't like or was afraid of.
Shout out to my wife. Anyway,
Your food takes make me angry.
your food takes make me angry.
I have great food takes.
No, you don't.
New edition.
Yes.
Here are the transfers in, and there have been a few added over the weekend, including the return of Daniel.
How about them apples?
Daniel Kalen, who was made famous by his appearance on the College World Series show.
Dang it, I was going to say that, and you beat me to it with new coworker Mike Schaefer.
Yeah.
Daniel Kalen joined us a few years ago. This was it was the summer before Dylan joined the program. So this would have been 2023.
Yeah, this is when Kalen committed and was supposed to be the quarterback.
I think it was like right after the commitment happened. We got him on. He showed up in person and joined us. Pretty cool that he's coming home, and like this is kind of what you would have. This is kind of a best case scenario, is it not, for a potential third string or second string quarterback?
It's certainly a developmental situation. That is for sure.
He won't be the starter.
But the late, of course, Jashir Whittington, the defensive lineman from Pitt, is the latest.
That's the guy that we're calling Bread Man.
But let's see, the newbies, or at least they seem new to me. This thing moves so quickly that I don't know if this stuff happened last Thursday or if it happened yesterday or over the weekend.
Okay.
But Jason Shiggs, we have yet another new way to spell Jason.
How is it spelled?
Jasin.
That is new. Wow.
Safety from Towson.
Like
Victor Evans, cornerback from FIU. Dexter Foster, linebacker from Oregon State.
That ain't new. That's one of the OGs.
Oh, that is one of the OGs. Sorry.
Yeah.
And
by OGs, I mean like a week ago.
And how about this? Nebraska. There's been a junior college program. Everyone used to talk about days when, well, of course, Bill Snyder ever turned around Kansas. Got 18 JUCOs all in his backyard. And Nebraska finally got a junior college that plays football in its own backyard, just 60 miles away. And as it turns out, they're really good.
They win natties.
Like really good.
Yeah.
Yet it never seems like Nebraska ever taps that market. Well, they have now. And Odson, if you're listening, I heard you say Berbergia.
I believe that's
I heard him correct.
I believe that's how it's pronounced.
Berbergia, the defensive lineman from Iowa Western. About damn time.
Sales up.
Well, have you heard this? There was a little bit of chatter, little bit of scuttlebutt. And I think Pete Thamel, was it Pete that tweeted about it?
That Iowa Western's going to get invited to the Big Ten and Nebraska get relegated?
No, but that they were maybe kicking the tires on Aaron Terry, who is the defensive line coach for Iowa Western, as a potential defensive, or did I say offensive line? I meant defensive line, who could have been a potential defensive line coach at Nebraska. Quite the jump if they would have decided to go with him, because he's been turning out All-Americans. Josh Odson said, keep your meaty hands off of him, I believe was the phrase.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
Don't taint him.
Wow.
With your state.
Wow. He's from here.
Yeah.
Now, technically, Berbergia is not a transfer portal addition, but I added him to the graphic anyway because because it is a new addition. That also does not include the guys who previously entered the portal and then have since decided to exit the portal or exit the portal.
Well, yeah, and then there was the news today.
Like Willis McGahee.
Willis McGahee the fourth is back.
Tarver is back.
And then I saw a tweet that Vincent Shavers has signed a new deal, so he is going to be returning. And
did he actually go into the
No,
portal?
this was just more a hey, this has happened. And
I see.
That's why, like, keep an eye on Ja'Cory Barney, Isaiah Hunter, Vincent Jackson, all three guys who their names were very much bantied about in the days and weeks leading up to the end of the regular season, or the end of the bowl season rather, as potential names. And in particular, was it Hunter who was suddenly out against Utah in the Vegas Bowl? I know my dander was up when that happened. Like, oh, wow, that's fascinating. This random injury pops up. Is it a guy keeping himself healthy? Well, 4 days left in the portal after today to at least announce your intention. And those players are still not in there. And so that could end up being massive for Nebraska.
Still not in there, but also
probably negotiating.
Well, I was going to say, because there's also not been a, hey, I'm coming back.
Not yet. And that's why, like, be on your P's and Q's this week, because anything can still happen. But I think it's a positive sign that nothing has happened yet. I'd rather be in this world if I'm Nebraska than the other, obviously, the alternative.
I would agree.
But, I mean, you bring those two guys back at receiver and you bring back a starting offensive lineman, like, that's the type of stuff that you need. I'll be honest. If you'd have given me the over-under on those three players in particular 2 weeks ago of, like, 1.5 that will leave, I would have said
And
over.
the three players, again, were Hunter, Barney, and
Jackson.
Yeah.
On the offensive line.
Well, what do we got? 3 days left?
4 days.
Oh, it is until the end of the week, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's still time, and of course, we're always allowed to be surprised. But I don't dislike the pickup of Danny Kaelin.
No, I think it's again for what I think will be quarterback 3 or 2. I guess
somebody you're familiar with, and certainly, I mean, he obviously knows the situation. He knows he's not going to be. He's not being brought in to start. He also knows
coaches.
He also knows he's going to have competition because of who's on arrival out of the high school class.
He's not surprised, by who's there. And again, he knows the majority of his coaches. He was there when Holgerson arrived, right? So he knows Holgerson, wasn't he? Because he was a 2024 guy. He was a part. Now it was the very end of the year.
Yeah,
but he certainly knows Glenn Thomas. He doesn't know DeKill Shorts at wide receiver. He knows Barthel at running back. He will, like everybody, need to know the.
But he's also from the area.
So, he's from the area, and he knows Rule. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
So I actually like that pickup. I really do, and I hope the best for him. But of the new pickups, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are Power 4 players. I'm counting Oregon State as Power 4 as well.
Sure. Maybe we shouldn't. But
Power adjacent.
Okay. Yeah.
Power 4
They
adjacent.
will be back in the Pac-12 in 2026.
True.
Welcome back, the Pac-12.
But it will be a lesser version of itself. Interesting.
I'm surprised Nick didn't comment on the graphic. Did you notice how I did that?
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
What did you do? I can barely see.
Oh, that's right. You're not on your computer.
I mean, I can see it. I just don't know what's special about it. What did he do?
It's the graphics called New Edition.
Yeah,
and
the
in the
background
background
is the
it's
band.
New Edition.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Yeah. I flagged that right away, and at first, there's no way John did that on his own. Maybe
You damn right I did.
Ask AI.
You damn.
Give me a band. And they said New Edition. He said, thank you.
No,
what if they would have said the Beatles?
That was literally the first thing in
Get
my
back.
head. My first thing was to call it New Edition, ADD. And
Yeah, I was going to say that's the wrong grammar.
Edition.
When I first saw it, I was like,
But
wow,
it
John
is. It's
doesn't
a
know
new
edition versus
It's a
edition.
new edition of Nebraska football.
English is a dumb.
That's what you were doing.
No
Okay.
Dylan anymore.
How do we feel about this?
We're gonna be developmental again. We're not gonna coddle our quarterbacks again.
Oh wait, that's not working.
It's a stretch, but
Josh has something in his eye.
Yeah, I got something in my eye again.
He's winking a lot.
Just didn't know John was aware of New Edition.
Yeah, me neither.
Because when I saw
they're
it,
of the 90s, aren't they?
when I
you
saw
hate
it,
that era
yeah.
of music.
Yeah, but
People your
but it
age
doesn't
hate
mean
90s
it
music.
doesn't mean I don't know who they are.
If I would have said Weezer, would you have been like, oh, what's that?
No, I've heard of Weezer.
Okay. Rivers Cuomo, fellow Weeb Nick.
That's
Handshake
true.
meme. Oh,
He
yeah.
has a whole song about
Rivers
it.
Cuomo?
That's
He's
his
the lead
name.
Singer. You're going to make fun of someone's name now, John?
It's a
That's
cool
his name
Yes.
is Rivers
Oh,
Cuomo?
he thinks about you.
Rivers
Is
Cuomo.
he
John
related
Bishop,
to
that's
the
his
New
name?
York Cuomos? The political Cuomos?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'd be
That's
surprised.
a pretty, unique name.
It is. I'd be fairly surprised.
He changed the lyrics of El Scorcher to be less problematic, by the way.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, when they played it live, when they were at Stir, I'm like, yep, okay, that's fair.
I didn't even know they
Fair
were
change.
problematic. I haven't listened to that song in a while.
The very first line of that song. Do you remember that?
No, that's why I said I didn't know.
What are they talking about? John
N-word
Riggins
or
and the
something?
Washington Redskins or what?
Nice. I love that Super Bowl with the Redskins. No, Rivers, no.
You can't say
Dave
that.
Butts was my favorite Redskin.
Can't say that, Rivers. No. All right. Well, I guess I have something to do during the break before we get to Mitch Sherman. Also, I think I'm going to have my charger, and hopefully this is working. If not, that would mean I got to go to the store.
I hope it's a good charger and not the L.A. Chargers.
Go Chargers, go.
Wow, rooting for the Patriots.
No, I wasn't.
Disgust
No,
me.
I wasn't. I was actually rooting for the Chard.
Yeah.
But then the Chard were playoff Chard.
Classic
How
John.
fitting
Nice
would
job.
that be, though, if the Patriots won the Super Bowl on the 250th anniversary year of our country?
Oh, my
Bleep
gosh. Good Lord. I thought you were going to go 25th anniversary and 9/11.
No, Josh.
I thought that's what you were doing.
Josh.
Talk to Mitch.
16-20 the zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch, you've got your phone up to your ear right now, so you can't do it, but I'll do it for the both of us. Shout out to Gen X, baby, the smartest technology generation. I fixed Josh's power problem by simply suggesting, did you try Control-Alt-Delete? And wouldn't you know,
Mitch, I can't believe it worked.
It worked.
I've been a proponent of restarting the browser many times. StreamYard, my microphone's not connecting in the right way. Just restart the browser. I never thought of restarting my computer to fix the power. Who knew?
Just hit the button and hope it works. You know, it's kind of like a broken clock being right twice a day. I think that's what's going on with.
Whoa. I know more than that. I'm right at least 3 times.
Over a period of time of technical fixes before anyone develops a newfound confidence in your abilities to handle that stuff.
All right. Thank you, Mitch. You're on my side here. I appreciate you. But I appreciate John. Great advice that actually worked, and I don't have to go to the store now after work.
Honestly, I thought you had already done it.
No, because I figured it would have died if I would have even tried that earlier.
In fact, I figured you just would have bit my head. Don't you think I would have tried that already?
No, but John, shout out to John. We got to hand it to him this time, Mitch. We will hand it to John.
And every time.
We'll hand it to John this time. Thank you to my wife also for bringing it. Yes, thank you. And bringing in the new power port so it works.
Now, the sad thing is for the people that watch in on the YouTube stream, they have to look
they
at
have to look at my face again, Mitch.
But, you know.
You win some, you lose some.
You know, we all have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. So Dylan is headed to Oregon. Though we had heard some of the rumors before, it's different when the news actually becomes official. I'm curious what your biggest takeaway is, because I think there are many layers to this that are going to make for some very juicy content over the next several months.
Yeah. I mean, you start with the decision of Dante Moore. I got to think that's going to come fast. I mean, their season's over, and how much can you really have to do to think about being the potentially number 2 overall pick, or certainly a top 10 pick? And for all the comparisons that are made between the kind of money that even the richest college football programs can offer versus the NFL, I don't think that I don't think the decision is that difficult. I don't think the comparison is all that equal. And I know that Oregon is a unique case because of its relationship with Nike, but you know, the bigger issue with the quarterback and the longevity of quarterbacks, and especially the longevity of a quarterback who puts himself in harm's way because he's mobile and not the biggest guy in the world, is how long is your career going to last? You know, when does the day come where you have one of those injuries that puts you, that makes you the player who's no longer able to do the things that are making all that money? And I think on anybody who is with Dante Moore's skill set and size, the clock is ticking. And do you want the clock to be ticking while you're still in college? It already is. Do you want it to be ticking for a year longer while you're still in college? He could suffer that injury next year in the Big Ten. He could suffer it 10 years down the road in the NFL. So without knowing the specifics, without knowing the dollar numbers, I've got to think that I would strongly believe that he's ultimately going to want to get started on his pro career, which means that then Dylan is probably the guy to slide in there in 2026. Now, that could all change. It's a completely different discussion, and in a much more, the dynamic is unusual. If after 2 years of starting in the Big Ten, you're going to another team's bench to learn the system. I don't think that would be bad for him, but it would definitely be off of the schedule that he set out to be on in college. I guess he's already off that schedule because
True.
You don't ever plan to transfer, and although everyone does at that position. So it'll be interesting to watch for sure.
Mitch, what are you expecting from him? Because on one hand, it did not go like we thought it could or should or would here at Nebraska. On the other, like, it's obviously not a perfect situation, and Oregon is a much better program top to bottom, and we have seen that over the last, 2 decades really, but certainly over the last couple of years. Like, are you on the side that he is going to maybe show more of the promise than he did at Nebraska, or does he have some real issues that are going to hold him back regardless of where he plays?
I think he'll play well. I think whenever that time comes, if it's 2026 or 2027, I think he'll play well because I think Oregon is a place that puts quarterbacks in position to succeed, as well as any program, any college football program in the country. And they're going to have a strong running game. They're going to get good offensive line play. They're going to have playmakers at the receiver spots around him that go beyond what he enjoyed at Nebraska. And he had good playmakers this year, and he had some playmakers last year, but not like what he'll have at Oregon. And then just the types of games that Oregon engages in, I think it'll build confidence for him. So I think he's going to have success, and I think that he'll benefit from a fresh start as well. I think he'll benefit from not being, front and center at all moments and not feeling the weight that he felt, through no one's fault, just the weight that Dylan Raiola felt at Nebraska for 2 years. It's going to be different in Eugene, and there'll be players who have more expected of them. There'll be players who were bigger names in high school, who were better pro prospects than him on the offensive and the defensive side, most likely. And he'll be able to sit back and I think thrive in that kind of a situation.
Certainly, as we talked to Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, there's going to be the takes and the idea that this will say something either about the Raiolas or about the program that he's leaving Nebraska. How big of a referendum does the end of this story for him have to be on Nebraska football, at least in its current leadership iteration?
I don't think it has to be a big deal at all because, like I said, everybody's going through this. Georgia was going through this and maybe had a better option in Gunnar Stockton this year than what Carson Beck was a year ago. But now Carson Beck's in the national championship game a year later. And I don't hear people talking, maybe they are in Georgia and among Georgia circles, about how this Carson Beck getting to the national championship is a referendum on Georgia. I don't, if that conversation is being had, I don't agree with it. And it's not just Georgia. I'm cherry picking one of the absolute best programs in the country that brings in talent by the bushels. But you could apply that same principle to a program like Nebraska that's in the middle of the pack in the Power Five. And that program, whatever, unnamed Program X, is going through the same thing where it's lost a premier player. And more players transfer than don't, especially at the quarterback position. So however that player matures and progresses in his next step, I think has very little as far as I don't think it's I don't think Dylan's next step is in any way should in any way pass judgment on what Nebraska is or isn't doing. A better judge of that is how does his replacement perform in Lincoln over the next year or two.
Yeah, and Mitch, let's stick with that because I just realized this is the first time that we have talked to you since the Calandria news went down. Because if I remember right, when we had you on 1 week ago, we were talking about Kenny Minchey and what kind of starter he could be for Nebraska in 2026. So you've now had a week to sit with the idea of Calandria. I'm curious as to your view of maybe the bigger concern with him. Is it the turnovers that he has shown a propensity to have at a couple of different stops, or is it, going back to the Dylan discussion, the idea that Nebraska and Glenn Thomas, et cetera, can develop and help maybe get that out of his system a little bit?
I don't know if it's either of those things. The turnovers, yeah, that concern is there, but he's a fourth-year player now, and when he had turnover problems, it was in his first and second year in college. He corrected it to some degree this last year. Now, it was against Group of Five competition, which is probably a factor in the equation on why his turnover numbers, his interception rate went down. But also the fact that he's a year older and wiser and equipped to make smarter decisions. So I'm not walking into this thinking that he's going to be the next coming of Jeff Sims with the high ceiling ability, but the propensity to turn it over. Like I think we're a little scarred by that, and I wrote about it last week, and so I'm guilty along with others of bringing that up. Like, is history going to repeat itself where Nebraska goes and gets a quarterback who's had turnover issues in the past and it rears its ugly head at Nebraska? It doesn't necessarily have to. And I think last year was a step in the right direction for Calandria in that area. For me, the bigger issue than either of what you mentioned, Josh, is just what does Matt Rule allow for Dana Holgorsen and this offense to set out to do. He said in the year plus that Dana Holgorsen, certainly in the last year, when Dana had a full grasp of everything in front of them, and they weren't trying to to steer a ship blind almost at the end of 2024. Rule has said the right things about the kind of allowances that he has provided for Holgorsen, but I don't know if in looking back at the season as a whole in 2025, if Dana really had as much leeway as some would have led you to believe. Leadership in the program would have led you to believe. And I think with Calandria, that becomes, if not more important, it remains just as important that they let him be him and that they let Dana call the kind of offense and run the system that works for the quarterback. And I know you have to play complementary football and you have to play within the system. And there are certain things that are probably non-negotiable for Rule's offense when you want to win with defense and special teams and by taking care of the ball and being strong up front. Notice none of those things that he mentioned about what he sees as the vision for his program. Well, he did mention explosive plays and the ability to be explosive in the passing game. But the question is, does he really mean that? And will that happen? Will he allow that when Nebraska gets into tight spots in 2026?
For those watching in on the stream, we've got the graphic up again. These are the new additions that have come out of the portal, the latest being Jashir Whittington, the defensive lineman from Pitt. What have you made of the most recent additions? Because it seems like there's been a flurry of activity since pretty much Friday in filling up some of these spots, including getting a backup quarterback and a returning Danny Kalen.
Yeah, this is wave 2. So we had wave 1 around the quarterback movement time when Minchie was in and then out, and then Calandria came in, what was it, Tuesday last week, brought 5 or 6 commitments, and then it was a little quiet. And then here's wave 2 now, right as the dead period begins over today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And yeah, this is the first wave was impactful because of the quarterback. And then this one is impactful for multiple reasons. You brought in a receiver that flew under the radar in Quasi Gilmore, but I think that's a big addition and will prove to be a big addition. People don't, I think, pay it as much attention because Nebraska has seemingly signed a receiver from the portal who looked like a player and often has been a player for Nebraska in just about every portal cycle. But it's still impressive to do it, and it's still important and needed to do it, especially if you're able to bring back all of the guys who are there right now. Nebraska hasn't lost any of its receiving weapons to the portal. That could change, but as of now, I like what they have coming back and coming in at that position. So that stands out. And then definitely the additions at defensive tackle, not just in that Nebraska is seemingly on the verge or has already hired a defensive line coach or somebody to coach the D tackles in Corey Brown, but also that Nebraska has added a junior college All-American in Andy Berberia. There we go.
Berbergia, right? Was that how we said it?
Berberia.
Or Berberia.
Check with your morning host. Check with your morning host on that. He had a pronunciation.
He did.
Yes. Berberia. I thought it sounded like a coat that you would take out into a cold field on a November afternoon. But
honey, where's my Berberia?
It does actually.
It's very chilly. It's below 20.
Exactly. But the addition of Andy from Iowa Western and then the Pitt defensive tackle, Whittington, who you just mentioned, that was such an important need for Nebraska to bulk up at that spot. And they seem to have done that. And perhaps they're not done, still after the high school prospect out of Louisiana in the 26 class who could sign next month and possibly not even done in the portal. So that is trending in a good direction. I think the big thing that sits out there for me is running back and what are they going to do? I don't agree with the idea that Nebraska is set and should stand pat because they've seen everything that they need to from Mekhi Nelson and Isaiah Mosey and Quentin Ives. I think they need somebody else who is more proven and more experienced and just a player who you can count on next season. Because I don't believe that that about any of those players, even with the promise that that some of them have shown.
Well, Mitch, along those lines, there's been some chatter and certainly some wondering. Marty Brown finishing up his season with Miami 1 week from today, so he still has another game to go in the national championship. There was a lot of wondering about him a year ago at this time too, and if he could be an addition to Nebraska. Maybe that was the spring window because there were 2 windows back then. Is that something? Because I'm with you. I think standing pat would be a ridiculous idea, and honest, I'll just say it, I think it'd be stupid. But there's like the part of me that's wondering, has it been so quiet because there is going to be something that happens with Brown? Any theories or ideas from you?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's tough to say that you think somebody's going to go in the portal when there hasn't really been any kind of concrete evidence to support that. Miami's going to bring back, or is on track to bring back its stable of backs, and Brown obviously rotated this year, but he's played in key spots and scored touchdowns that were hugely important to Miami's quest to its run to get to the national championship. Like just from the outside looking in, I don't see enough that's happened there. Again, I don't know the details, but I don't see enough that's happened there to make me believe, he's going in the portal. But if it's a money thing, maybe Miami has something coming in. Maybe Miami has its eyes on somebody else, and Marty, I don't know if Marty Brown's on a 1-year deal, on a 2-year deal. These are all new kinds of considerations that you have to think about in college football. And if he was to look for something else, then I think Nebraska would have, you would definitely consider that. You would definitely think, okay, the opportunity was there a year ago, and they didn't connect, Nebraska and Marty Brown. And if it's there again, then absolutely, I'd look at it. But until that day comes when there's reason to believe he's going in the portal, or he announces that he's going in the portal. And remember, the players in the national championship have more time. They have, I believe, until January 24th. So an extra 4 days after the championship to go into the portal, as opposed to everyone else for whom the portal closes on Friday.
Mitch, the unstoppable boulder that is Nebraska Hoiberg ball, found yet another way to win on the road. I mean, if you're down 16 on the road at Indiana in the second half, you should never win. And here they come, and they did it again and pulled away convincingly in doing so. Number 8 ranking, which is tied for the best in program history, if memory serves, today was announced by the AP poll. I'm curious, Mitch, though, if this this season has now changed the off-season expectation, the off-season expectation, which was there before the year, and that is just get us a tournament win. This team's bucking for a lot more than that.
Bucking for a top seed, bucking for a top 2 seed.
Yes.
I mean, that's all heady stuff. You remember 1966?
No. No. We weren't alt deleting anything in 1966. I don't believe.
That I believe, if I read correctly last week, well, I know because I know by heart all of Nebraska's many NCAA tournament appearances, and that was not one of them.
Right.
Got up to number 8 in the poll. I think the tournament was like 12 teams in 1966.
I'm just looking that up now because I am now curious.
Do not fear, Nebraska fans. Nebraska's in the tournament, and that's box 1 checked. And now it's what are you going to get for a matchup? How high can you? The higher you get as a seed, the less likely it is that you're going to run into one of those, oh no, that's a bad matchup kind of thoughts on Selection Sunday. So, I mean, barring injury, and I hesitate to even say that, but I don't have any control over these things. Like if I say that Nebraska can't afford to have player X, Y, or Z injured, please keep in mind that I have no impact on what happens in the next game or the game after that. But barring injury, they're in great shape, and they're in great shape to go flying past 20 wins, probably in early February, and they'll be able to. You're not gonna start going with managing players' rests and things like that. But it's not going to be this furious run to the finish where you're exerting every last ounce of mental energy just to get off the bubble and into the tournament. And then by the time you get in there, you have little left in the tank. That has been the case in the past for some Nebraska teams that have made it into the dance. And presumably it will not be this year. No matter what they're playing for at the end, they should be in a great place mentally when that Thursday or Friday rolls around. So, yeah, I do think that while Nebraska fans collectively, it would be the greatest moment in program history, and we'll put it on top of winning the Big 8 tournament. That's really the only other one that compares to winning an NCAA tournament game. Like they do want more at this point. Like you see a little 3 or 4 next to your team's name, like you're thinking second weekend. So, at this point, why not? Like at this point, like what is out there that this Nebraska basketball team cannot do? That seems to be the question.
By the way, it was 22 teams in 1966.
Yeah, so they didn't even make the tournament.
And there were no at-larges back then.
Good. They got to expand the tournament, Mitch.
Well, they did many times.
That's a small number.
It is. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
I assume Kansas made it.
Yes, Kansas finished first in the conference that year.
Yeah.
Was it the Big 8? It was the Big 8 in those days.
Yes. Yeah. The good old days. The Big 8.
7, but yeah.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, as always, appreciate the conversation. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mitch.
You too.
Mitch joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Nice.
By the way, the 66 tournament, that was the very famous Texas Western Championship, featuring the all black
Kentucky.
starters against
Dolph.
Dolph gets woke.
He wasn't woke that day, though.
You know who played on that Kentucky team, right?
Yeah. Why can't I remember his name right now? Don't tell me. He coached for the Lakers. He coached for the Knicks. He coached for the Heat. Pat Riley.
Yes.
Good
very
Lord.
good.
Come on, Josh.
That's all right. That's all right. You're old.
Michael Severe. Yeah, I didn't know to do restarting computer. Why would that fix the power?
You are so hung up.
Yeah, because John gets to hold it over me now.
And the fact that,
Get better
I've
with
never
technology.
I've never had to control delete my beautiful Dell computer because of a power issue.
Unreal. Michael says, in terms of the pronunciation, so I guess I was wrong earlier. He says it sounds like the type of tacos. Barbaria tacos?
Instead of barbacoa?
Barbacoa
yeah.
tacos, I believe, is what he meant.
Yeah, okay. He probably does voice to text. Who knows?
Well, Michael will join us later.
He will join us later in the video stream. We should probably send him the link. I'll send it to him right now.
It's a good idea. Now that you can
Michael,
do
I'm
that again.
DMing you, bro.
1620 The Zone. Well, as we mentioned going into the break, Nebraska's 8th now in the AP poll. Still kind of surprised that they're not higher.
I know. I was talking about that with my wife.
Not that it matters, but yeah.
Thanks again for bringing the Charger home.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I'm sorry about your loss.
Only
your husband won't say that. I will.
Yeah, I'm not. Only one team in front of them, I believe, lost this weekend, not counting Michigan, but Michigan was number 2, so they weren't going to drop that far. But I guess at a certain point, they have a really good resume in terms of who they have beaten, and they are undefeated. So I figured at a certain point that they would start climbing above a few more, which they did. I guess Gonzaga, they jumped over them. Gonzaga lost by 1 billion points against Michigan earlier this year in Las Vegas, and they also jumped BYU. But as you said, doesn't matter. It's more the historical nature of this in that they are now matching their highest ranking of all time. Like, that is incredible. And this one, perhaps the most shocking of them all, given that it was a 16-point advantage early in the second half, that they erased really quickly, and that they just, I heard somebody say this weekend, the thing that stands out is how even Steven they always are. Like, if you took away the scoreboard, if it was like watching a game, John, when you were a kid on television, where there's no score except for time to time, you wouldn't know if they're up. You wouldn't know if they're down, because they just don't have that reaction. Barring end of game stuff, you never know it. And I rewatched some of the game on Saturday night, and that stood out to me. Like, wow, sure enough, look at this. They're suddenly down by 10, not reacting. They're down by 16, not reacting. And I think that showed itself. And then they got some, as always, they got some clutch plays late in the game. You know, Frager made some shots. Some big time threes.
And I've mentioned this before, regarding Jamarcus Lawrence and how much he's improved and
ridiculous
bringing him back into the program. But, that doesn't feel like it's supposed to happen, where he's supposed to have 27 and just, absolutely go insane in the second half. But it did. And there's just a level of no panic. There's a level of poise. We talked about this a lot with football, but poise in the noise. There's nothing more poise in the noise than rallying from 16 in a hostile road environment.
Sure.
Which not Independence Hall.
Assembly
Hall is.
You got Philadelphia on the brain.
I did have Philly on the brain.
I told you he became native.
But it now kind of begs a question. I've been meaning to ask this on the air for the last few shows, but how much has this now changed your expectation? Before the season, if you ask 100 Nebraska basketball fans and said, what do you want out of this season?
It's the same answer as it always is.
I'd say most of them would have said, get to the tournament and win a game.
Yeah.
It's always been
the answer.
It's always been the answer, because that's always been the unwritten goal.
Yep.
Is go to the tournament and win a game. But this team is different. And again, I will only draw from my own past as a fan. When you are a fan of a long time struggling program, and you kind of set a certain goal of, man, just make us good. And in a lot of cases, good is just make a playoff, right? That's enough for you. I'd be happy with that. But then when a special year comes along, and I'm going to compare this to the greatest show on turf. It's kind of forgotten now, because that team was so good, and it kind of spawned a new way of, of how football is played and offense, and, the quarterback, taking a next step to, as a position, that you forget that the Rams for the decade prior to that were a terrible team. Didn't make a playoff. I think 6 wins might have been their high mark during the 90s. It was just a terrible franchise. They went through the move to St. Louis. And so, at the beginning of the 1999 season, I was just like, can we please be good? I wasn't asking for, Dallas level success, San Francisco level success.
When did that flip? When did that change?
But it started to change when it became apparent at midseason
Because you started 5-6-0 that
Started
year.
5-0, lost our
to
first game
Titans.
at Tennessee.
But then you just kept on rolling.
But then they rolled San Francisco, rolled them twice. And by the time you got past the 8-9 game mark, and it was apparent this team was going to win the division. They were going to win the division walking away. And they were likely going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. Or at least they were going to be in contention for it. That's when all of a sudden just the whole idea of, I just want to be good went to, well, we can win the Super Bowl. We should win the Super Bowl.
I hope to God we win the Super Bowl.
And then it became to the point where if they didn't win the Super Bowl, by the time the playoffs started, by the time the playoffs began, it was, well, God, if we don't win the Super Bowl, this is going to feel like a terrible failure.
Even though, again,
even
4 months before.
Even though, again, you go back 3-4 months, it was just be good.
Yep.
So
just be good. And so I do wonder if that has changed for some folks, because I'm telling you, when you watch this team and you see what they've done, they're better than just getting that tournament win.
Of course they are.
They are better than just getting that one win that you have always craved. They're better than that. If they haven't proven you to that by now, then you are either so jaded or so cynical, not even I can communicate with you. They're that good. I'm not saying they're going to do that, because once you get into tournament play, you never know what's going to happen. But as far as what you can expect, absolutely. This is minimum second weekend level stuff we're seeing.
Yeah, 402 Texture says, I'm a basketball season ticket holder since they moved to PBA. It's Sweet 16 or bust for me.
Now, I'm asking this, not saying I don't do the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
but is mid-season expectation creep a good thing for a fan? Why not, like, if your bar was this at the beginning of the season, they exceed that. What's wrong with just being stoked and enjoying the rest of the ride of the season? Because everything else is just exceeding expectations. But suddenly you start, they need to make the tournament, they need to make the Sweet 16, they need to do this and this. Doesn't that feels like that would start being unenjoyable?
Well, it's
and
just not how fandom works.
Yeah, I know.
It's never been how fandom works. For people who can do that, I'm
jealous.
I'm both jealous of you, but I also question you. Because at the end of the day, no matter what level of sport you're at, you want your team to be the best. Period.
Yeah.
You want them to be the best, and there's only one team at the end of the season that can say they're the best.
Yeah, David says in YouTube, imagine the expectations for Indiana football in the future. And they're a great example, too, because at some point last year, it went from, wow, this is a really fun ride to, whoa, do you think they can make the playoff? And then they did. And by the point that they got there, we knew that they had problems and that they got exposed. This year, I imagine it was like, man, it'd be cool if they could be good again. And then they were good again. And at a certain point, and I should reach out, I have a couple Indiana friends, I should reach out and say, what point did this season go from, I'm loving the ride, to, ooh, it's kind of Big Ten title, or it's getting to the Final Four, or it's winning the whole thing? Like, at what point did they cross that ledger? And now they feel that.
And the difference is a little, because Indiana, we had last year to raise the bar.
Yeah, whereas we didn't.
Nebraska didn't have last year to raise the bar. In fact, last year was another.
No,
one
they
of
raised
those,
the crown.
Which
but
apparently
last year
is
was
the
one of
secret.
those years where it started off pretty well, and it had some it had signs of maybe being that team that could get to the tournament and win a game.
Mm-hmm.
And then it ended up in typical, bitter disappointment. But now this year, again, this is different than this year's Indiana football, because they've actually beaten really good teams early and often. Early in the season and not. Whereas Oregon, or not Oregon, I'm sorry, Indiana didn't play anybody in the non-conference. It took until the Oregon game
for people to really start
believing.
believing.
To start believing. And then even after that, there wasn't anything, just because of how the schedule worked.
Wasn't that the interesting part about the Rams too? And I'm not saying this to talk crap, but famously their names have been showing up on a lot of graphics recently because like the Patriots. And so you didn't really beat a whole lot of great teams along the way. That 49ers team, they had injuries, right? That was the year that Young got injured.
That was the
It's
year
like
that it circled.
everything started changing. And so, like, you're right. Nebraska has already beaten multiple tournament teams for sure. And then probably at least another bubble team or two along the way, where resume-wise,
this is a tremendous
You're
resume.
right. Like, I'm trying to think of recent schedules where they could have gotten off to a start like this, and we would have still said, yeah, but I mean, they haven't really beaten anybody. This team has. They've done it on the road. They've done it at home. They've won in blowouts. They've won in come from behind wins. They've kind of, kept them at arm's length for games at a time. Like, it's quite the thing that's happened. It's quite the thing that's happened.
Here's Josh on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hello, Josh.
Hi, I just want to say there's only one person on this radio station that has willingly talked about Nebraska basketball, and he just got fired. Long live Gary Sharp.
Thank you, Josh. Trevor.
Man, I'm not going to say anything about that, but yeah, we miss Gary, that's for sure. So I've been watching Nebraska basketball since I was like fourth grade, fifth grade, whatever. My cousin was dating Bo Reed back in college of the day. He used to call me and be like, hey, little cuz, you want to come down and watch a game? So I'd watch it in the student section, and I absolutely fell in love with Nebraska ball, and I've never looked back. And as a longtime fan who remembers being a 5 seed, and I believe losing to New Mexico State, if I'm not mistaken, back in 90 or 91, I don't want to take anything for granted. I'm enjoying the ride, for sure. This has been amazing. But everybody pump the brakes. You still have to say the first goal is get the tournament win. We already know we're in the tournament, but you got to get the tournament win. Yes, should the ceiling be higher? Yeah, of course it should. But should all the fans be focusing on that? No, I don't believe so. Live in the moment, enjoy it, get the first win, and let's see what happens.
Trevor, I'll just tell you this, Trevor. Again, I'm only speaking from my own personal experience. Good luck with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because at some point, it will change. If it hasn't changed yet, it will change.
Somebody asked in the chat earlier, John, you were around in 91. What do you remember about how the expectations were for that team? And that team was a 3 seed. They lost to Xavier. That was one up in Minneapolis, right? They lost by 5 points. And they had made the tournament for the first time 5 years beforehand. And so like the generation remembered it, just like this generation can remember the one from 2 years ago. Did that season get off to such a great start that it was like, oh my gosh, it's less about the first one? I guess the pressure probably wasn't on them in that regard, was it?
There was no pressure about the first one because they'd only been one other tournament.
Yeah. They didn't have that designation of being the team to not do it, whereas this does.
Yeah. Man, there was disappointment that they lost. I mean, I suppose, I would say there was a bit of a letdown. But again, my memories of that are fuzzy now.
This would be so different. If this one loses, it's going to be heartbreaking because of how good they have looked. Because of what you just said, it's not that they're undefeated; it's who they've beaten along the way, and that it's January 12th, and they're a top 10 team. Their ranking today. Let's say that played out. That says they are an Elite 8 team. Now, of course, it doesn't work that way.
No,
but you'd be lying if you didn't say your mind wasn't starting to wander to, ooh, where could they be? Could we travel? Hey, hun, do you think we have money in the budget to go to the second weekend location? Like everybody's doing that right now.
Sure.
Absolutely everybody is doing that right now.
Again, and I'm not saying you can't or shouldn't live in the moment and appreciate the moment. Absolutely. Live to your heart's content.
Sure.
I'm more doing this as a public service announcement from someone who, experienced something kind of similar to this 25 years ago. It will change as long as this thing keeps looking like it is. I mean, for argument's sake, let's say that Nebraska just does kind of middles to the finish line. Then yeah, maybe it changes. But if this iteration and this train continues to run as it has been on these tracks, it will change.
Bart has them in 26-5 at the end of the year. So going another 10-5 in conference play, finishing.
I mean, that's top 2 seed resume.
I was
especially coming out of this league.
I was going to say, like
that's
with
a top
with
2
all
seed resume.
They still got Purdue for the first time. They got Illinois for the second time. They have 2 games with Iowa, a top 25 team, according to Bart, among others, and Michigan, of course.
And
Michigan, who, maybe, a little mortal with a 1-1 week and a loss to Wisconsin and a so-so performance and a win over Penn State.
Yeah. 402-951-1620. We will continue. Got some NFL takes. Oh, look, he's smiling again.
Because I wanted to talk
about because you want to talk about the Rams and the Panthers, of course.
No, definitely not. I want to talk about I don't even have to laugh at the Eagles. What about laughing at the Packers? That could be fun. That could be very fun.
Micah wasn't even playing. You can't count that.
Am I not allowed to hate teams?
Of course you are.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking out for you. I just don't want your wife to do anything mean to you.
She would never do anything mean to
16-20 the zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. Speaking of the ball, we have more playoff games. We actually have one coming up tonight. And then we have 2 more Saturday, 2 more on...
I forgot about that. There is a game tonight.
Pittsburgh and Houston. So download the Underdog app today, and you can do so, a reminder, in Nebraska. And find something about this matchup that you like, maybe a player that you dislike, and then go higher or lower on a variety of stats. Everyone with this game, John, is talking about that pass rush of Houston. Can they get to Aaron Rodgers in this game? Will there be points scored? I'm looking at the sacks right now. Will Anderson, higher or lower than a half sack? It looks like half sack is the number for a variety of players. So download the app today and do it in Nebraska, because if you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your
You
cash.
certainly can. And also look for those special profit boosters as well. You can actually make a little bit more money depending on the profit booster that you apply. So make sure you look for that at the top of the page every time you play with Underdog Fantasy. But the first thing you got to do is download that app, and you can do it right here in Nebraska. Download the Underdog app today, and if you do so and use our promo code 1620thezone, you can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620thezone. With Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
John, we got a text. Well, I guess we're going to talk about the NFL, and I can make fun of the Packers. But real quick, Chris Montana says, you guys haven't talked about the defensive line coach yet. Curious what you guys think of that. Yeah, this is interesting. I was going to ask Mitch Sherman about it, but I was just confirming. He hadn't reported on this at all, and so I wasn't going to be like, hey, a different competitor of yours reported on this. Only one Only one person has, and that's Sean Callahan. And so that's not to say that it's not happening. It's just it's been unusually quiet about something like this. So I think I don't know. I mean, it seems to do a pretty good job. I have some of the coaches' numbers. This is, if you're wondering who we're talking about, is Corey Brown. He's the expected hire, Miami of Ohio. His defenses have gotten after the quarterback a lot.
He's got history with Orich.
Yep, he has history with Orich, and it's another not Big Ten coach. And so I just, a lot of the critique about staffs for like a decade plus has been, hey, they don't come from the Big Ten. I can't wait to talk to Michael. So put a pin in it. We'll talk to Michael in a few minutes.
Severe?
The very.
Well, your wife has opined and said that she's been catching strays from me. No, I'm looking out for Josh because I would be understandable if you would be upset at Josh for how much glee he's taking in the failure of your franchise to repeat as a Super Bowl champion. So I'm not throwing strays at your wrist. It's more.
Yeah, I don't think she's liking this joke.
Oh, it's no joke.
Yeah.
You deserve it.
What did I do?
You're
the one who keeps bringing it up.
I famously got excommunicated for like a week when I did the whole die Frisco die thing at the end of the NFC Championship. But that was celebrating my team winning.
See, but that's the thing. When her team loses, I don't talk trash to her. I sit there and silence.
Well, I wasn't talking trash to my wife either. I was just celebrating the fact that my team slayed a beast. My team slayed a beast.
I wasn't celebrating last night when the Eagles lost.
The celebration!
I wasn't externally because I'm a good partner. We don't have this relationship, John, where it's just yelling at each other about our favorite teams winning all the time. Mainly because her team wins all the time and I just get mad at my own team. Anyway.
Well, firm.
Oh, this is soft and firm.
Yeah.
Gosh, I forgot that we still do this.
We don't have to.
Because we didn't ever kept the cream team going, so I was always
remember the cream team.
Okay, yeah, what do you got for me?
The Eagles were always destined for this.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby.
That they got here in the first place, here meaning the playoffs, is more a testament to the flimsiness of the NFC least than it was how great this team was. This was not a great football team. They were good enough to win some games. Yes, I know.
They beat the Rams.
They beat my team.
People
because
forget.
My team doesn't know how to hold on to double-digit leads. Did you watch Saturday? That's neither here nor there.
Say, you almost lost to the Panthers, and they stink.
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
What is neither here nor there is you could see the writing on the wall. I was never worried about Philadelphia, which is why I was kind of hoping they would win so that the Rams would play them instead of the Bears.
Yeah, because the Bears are a scary team. Firm.
Scary in that they're fluky, yes.
Firm. Josh's NFL takes are aging spectacularly as we get into round 2 of the playoffs. Let's ignore that I got some of the games wrong.
Yourself.
Just firm myself, baby. The Bears are here, and they're going to beat the Rams
I'm
this
the
week.
horny one on this show.
The Rams are going to lose to the Bears this week. Not to brag, but I've been saying the Niners are a tough out all year long. Here they are, and they're going to beat the Seahawks this weekend. Josh Allen is on his way towards another AFC championship game, and let's hope that Pittsburgh...
you mean the one you picked against the Bills?
Falls flat on their face tonight. Again, this is more of a long-term play. I'm saying long-term that I nailed it. I'll give you an actual firm.
You didn't nail the Bears long-term.
Yeah, I did. I've been saying that they're good for weeks now, months, in fact. Schaefer kept
You
yelling
weren't
at me.
talking about them being a playoff team at the beginning of the season.
No, but a couple months ago, I was saying they could go on a run in the NFC, and I got bamboozled for it. Schaefer kept yelling at me for these great opinions of mine. I'll give you an actual one, though.
Yeah, go
firm.
ahead.
Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson are that combo. I know that they are. See, and yeah, you're like, oh man, they win some games weirdly sometimes. He's a second-year quarterback and a first-time head coach, and they are in the divisional round at home. Like, I am a believer in these two. I know they're pissing everybody off because one guy paints his nails, and then the other says things like,
well, he's also a little.
I know
little,
what I know.
There's nothing wrong with painting your nails.
And then Ben Johnson has everybody super butthurt with his hilarious comments after games and his funny handshake.
Is he really that hilarious?
I think saying F a team in a post-game media, or not media scrum, but in a post-game locker room.
Wow, this dude ought to be doing stand-up.
I like it. See, and that's the reaction from everybody because they're realizing, oh man, he is really good. So I am in on these guys as a force moving forward. they're doing this.
They got no defense. Their defense
I'm
sucks.
talking about, long-term
long-term.
play. I'm not saying just this year.
All right. Well,
their defense does suck.
On that same point,
but they get a lot of takeaways.
On that same point, far be it for me to be the first guy on the train again, but I will be because the train, which has been sitting dormant for the last 5 years, is ready to run again, but get ready to hate the Patriots again. Everyone's like, oh, are these guys the likable Patriots?
No,
people forget.
They're not.
People forget that at the beginning of Brady Belichick, everyone was in love with them too. They only got tired of them because they were winning all the time. Well, guess what? The same dynamic's going to happen here because I fear that we are seeing Dynasty 2 starting. I'm not saying the Patriots are going to win the Super Bowl this year.
That's such an overreaction.
This works out great.
No, I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl this year, but Vrabel's in the right spot. Is he a great coach everywhere? Obviously not. It didn't happen for him at Tennessee. But
he has a quarterback now.
He is in a good spot in New England. He feels this is home for him. Talk about fit. This is fit for him. And then he found a quarterback who fit. And he's starting to put guys together. I've always admired the way that Vrabel is always like next level when it comes to thinking strategy and working the refs. And, he was pointing out stuff. Hey, legal formation. What are you guys making me paying attention? He knows the game. He knows the damn game better than the refs do.
Well, I just got flashbacks to that Monday Night Football game where the Dolphins played.
I have a bad feeling. In the words of Star Wars, I have a bad feeling about this. That this could be
pump the brakes, John.
This could be the beginning. I'm not saying they're going to go on the exact same run as Brady, but
they obviously will not do that.
No,
but could we have another Chiefs-esque run?
No.
I've always hated the Patriots,
Very
so I'm
possible.
ahead of the ball. I hate them
You've been
all the
watching
time.
football for like 2 seconds, Nick.
I've hated the Patriots back when they were Tom Brady pilled everywhere.
Good for you.
Congrats. That's everybody has.
Yeah, but I've never stopped.
Okay.
Another firm.
Okay.
Bad special teams should get you taken out. Thank God it didn't.
Oh, congrats
For
to
at
the
least
Bears
one
on beating
team.
the Rams on Sunday.
For one team. But the Packers, and the Eagles, people forget they missed an extra point.
They did miss an extra point.
Huge. Because then they could have
changed the math of the whole end of the game.
They could have just kicked the field goal and gone to overtime. Not that they would have won anyway, but how do NFL playoff teams get in there with bad special teams?
I don't know. You tell me, John. You're a Rams fan.
It's amazing to me. I'm shocked.
Well, it just shows how good you are elsewhere. I'll give you a firm. I am firmly stunned at how many of the Shanahan, McVay, LaFleur coaching triumvirates. No, not McDaniel anymore. How much they struggle with timeouts and when to use them and how to use them. They are great offensive minds. I think that all three of those guys are great. Varying levels. I think LaFleur is good. I think the other two are great coaches. Great. And their inability to understand or to get it in the skull of their quarterbacks in particular. Brock Purdy took a timeout early in the second half yesterday. Bro, take the 5 yards and hold on to the timeout. They didn't need it in the end, but it stuns me. The Packers take the timeout late. They come out, they get a delay a game. How does this happen?
I can't believe it.
And your team, that stuff happens with your team too. And so it is.
Though it didn't on Saturday, which is weird.
Don't worry, it'll happen at some point. I just don't get it. I don't get how they can be like geniuses. And I think they are geniuses. And they don't understand.
They can't manage the damn clock. It blows me away.
It is perplexing. And even the Eagles, I guess in one hand, I kind of understand why they called a timeout before the 4th and 11. On the other hand, I really didn't, because once they didn't get it, the game was over because all they had to do was take the 3 knees.
Speaking of coaches, here's a soft for you. Coaches not taking the points. Your boy Ben Johnson. A lot of, not that there were necessarily points opportunities.
No, he just was going for it on 4th down in a ridiculous way.
I think people have gotten a little too Dan Campbell pill, and it's like, we got to do it all the time. No, 4th downs were not your friend this week.
No.
4th downs were not your friend. Sometimes it's okay to kick the ball, especially in games where your defense is playing well or could be playing well. Or maybe the other team's offense is clicking so well. Why give them a short field? I thought Ben Johnson made some ridiculous decisions. The one I didn't disagree with, my son and I disagreed with this. I thought McVay's decision in the first half was a good one because of the time and score situation, right? Because they were up 17-7. They're in field goal range, inside the 20, going for it on 4th and 3 because, A, they wanted to keep the clock moving, not to give the Panthers the ball back for a late score and maybe get set. I didn't disagree with that one.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, there were some 4th down decisions where I'm like, come on, take the points. Your boy Harbaugh. You knew that was going to be a low-scoring game. Goes for it on 4th down. You knew you were going to need those points.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't need them in the end. He got beat by 2 scores.
I thought you're right. The Ben. Oh, we got to go to break though. The Ben Johnson. Was it the second 4th down? Like that one was purely emotional. Like, bro, take a chill pill. You could just see it in his face. Like, I got to do this. I'm mad about what's going on right now, so I'm just going to go.
I'm a crack addict, except I'm on 4th down.
But then he outcoached LaFleur in the second half, and it's all gravy, and they're going on to the second round. I had a strong opinion on the LaFleur stuff, but I will wait because we're going to tackle that in content.
Well, Michael Severe is coming up next too.
That is happening.
1620 zone. No. I'm doing this for the benefit of the stream. No. Hope we don't get pulled off of the YouTube.
I don't know. I don't like that severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry.
This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luka. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell. Michael's black.
It's Michael Severe Monday, but real quick before we get started, talk to our dear friend Damon on the phone off the air.
Damon Benning?
And he reminded me, and I was going to do this earlier, but we got all sidetracked. I don't know, you probably can't tell. I'm wearing my Holy Cross sweatshirt that I got from the good people at Holy Cross School.
Yeah.
Because yesterday, Ian, who is the great composer of the theme.
Oh, yeah.
It's Aiello, by the way. I always never knew how to pronounce his last name.
Ailio.
Or Ailio. See,
Yeah.
I'm even messed it up.
Yeah.
Ailio.
I asked him because he did the production on my running podcast music, and I was like, hey, how do you say this?
Ailio.
So I could give you credit for it.
Well, he asked us, why is McMaster calling Michael right now? Does he even pay attention to us anymore?
I guess not. Like the rest of the world, because no one listens to the station anymore. So pretty much he just joined everybody else, I assume.
Well, great. Now we can say anything we want. But I did want to give a shout out to Ian, everybody at Holy Cross and the Los Santos girls teams. Yeah, myself and Stibbs and Ravi, they asked us to do a broadcast, and we did it on our stream of this 3rd and 4th grade girls basketball game. And also a special shout out to Ian's daughter, Scarlett, who made great homemade ice cream. She's apparently a homemade ice cream savant. I was wondering why everybody kept
tweeting about ice cream.
They gave her a Cuisinart for Christmas.
Oh, awesome.
And she's been cranking out ice cream left and right, and it was so good.
I can see Ian's house. It's right there.
Yeah, they live. They are very close neighbors.
Right. I'm
Michael's doxing everybody.
Yeah, but
apparently you showed McMaster's phone number, Michael, on the screen.
Did I? Good. Hey, everybody has my phone number, so why not? Why are you calling me during? Why are you calling me during a hit?
Say, Michael, you have a very easy phone number.
I do have a very easy phone number.
Still don't know
how many times. You know how many times I've done a tweet to promote Severe Reaction where I didn't type the number for the station, but my own in there multiple times.
Yeah.
Jimmy Allen did that one time too. He's like, hey, call after hours. And then he gave a phone number, and I sent a message like, you want on Twitter. I was like, you want me to call this? And he DM'd me, goes, why are you doxing me? I said, you just tweeted out your phone number. What are you talking about right now?
I want to first, before you get started, I want to give John incredible props. Incredible props.
What did he do?
Because it was a master edition.
Because
earlier in this hour, a master edition of downplaying Nebraska in terms of them winning a tournament game. What he did was, instead of it being exciting for winning a tournament game, he made it sound like they're so good that they don't win 2. It's a worthless season. He's just a master at totally downplaying if Nebraska was to win the 1 game. He's like, oh, this team is so good, it should be at least 2 games. At least get to the Sweet 16. Who cares if you win 1 game? It's 1 win to a team that's never won 1.
Listen, I can't control what fans think. I'm just doing
You're just making up what fans think.
No, I'm doing a PSA. I'm doing a PSA for fans who have been in that same spot, who are just going to be happy to be there, and then all of a sudden the season goes a lot better than you thought, and the expectations change. It happens.
You're doing a pretty ad. Is that what you're doing?
A what? A PSA.
A pretty ad.
Oh, you stop.
That's your one of those? Yeah.
You should be a lot happier.
I know how you create people work. You're trying to downplay whether if they only win 1, it's not going to be good enough.
It's been good enough to win multiple.
I know how you guys.
The basketball team. You should.
I know you dirty rotten scoundrel, Joe.
Yep. I guess that's them's the breaks.
Michael, we were talking in the segment before we brought you on about the reporting for Nebraska's new defensive line coach. If I remember right, Sean Callahan's the only one who has this out there so far, but Corey Brown, the expected hire, Sean of Husker Online. I imagine you've watched some stuff. You've dived into some numbers. What stands out to you about him and what Nebraska could be getting up front?
So I didn't look at anything from Miami, Ohio, but back when I was looking back at what's going on in South Dakota State, I was looking at South Dakota State or South Dakota, whatever it was. I did go back and watch that team and how they performed to see how it did. Because I looked at San Diego State and I looked at, was it South Dakota or South Dakota State? I never get them right. But I looked at that and, the defensive line got after it and put up sack numbers. Anytime a team puts up over like 25 sacks, it's something to look at. When they get up towards the 30, you get pretty excited about it. And so just based off of what they did at that level, I think, he's fine. I saw somebody else. Is it Hummer? Another reporter also reported it as well.
Oh, from CBS?
Yeah, also reported it. And then I believe that Tim Verghese called them all out by saying that it wasn't yet done. And maybe you don't exactly put information out there when it's not quite done yet. But that was a fun little battle between two people kind of doing the same job and working for the same company, which is kind of fun.
And working for the same umbrella. Yep, I like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm a little disappointed though, because I thought there was a couple of different names that I'd heard. Like there was a defensive line coach for Baltimore, for the Ravens, and they thought with that whole staff changing over with the firing of John Harbaugh, that maybe I heard a couple other names that I was kind of excited about. Not that I'm excited about this guy, but a little bit disappointed.
So Dylan is now a Duck. I'm curious if you think this means there's going to be a referendum of sorts on many different fronts, whether
Many
it's,
sides.
was Dylan really that good to begin with? Did he just need a better situation? Was Nebraska's coaching not good enough? Josh is a little surprised that Oregon would stoop to this level to go get Dylan. Does it surprise you that Oregon would go out?
How bad was Dante Moore at UCLA?
And that's the exact argument that I made against
I mean, he was much worse than what Dylan was.
I
will remind you guys again, November 1st, Nebraska was leading USC, and they were going on to win the game and moved to what, 7-2?
Yeah, it would have been 7-2.
7-2, and he was playing okay, and they were scoring at that time, I believe, like 28 or 29 points a game compared to what they ended up scoring, 22 points a game. They were producing better in the red zone, not the low red zone, but in the red zone, they were producing better. And so I think he had more potential than what we saw from Dante Moore. We basically saw the Dante Moore of UCLA just this past week. We saw what he can be in terms of turning the ball over. And Dylan's never been that person. And whether you say that's because he doesn't take the chances or because he doesn't turn it over, he's never been that guy. And so I understand it. I get it. They're covering their bases in case Dante Moore goes to the NFL, which would be a horrible mistake if he did. A horrible mistake.
So you think he should stay?
Oh my God, yes. How many starts does he have? Is it 5 plus 13? Is it 18?
It's 5 plus whatever this year is.
18. Right? It's under 20.
Yeah.
Let's just go to 30.
I think
go look at all the first round picks that are under 30 starts in college. Go look at them. Just bust after bust after bust after bust. I mean, Mark Sanchez had a couple of nice years with the Jets with a great defense, but the majority of them are all busts.
Yeah.
You've got to play a certain amount of time in college football to be ready to play at the next level. And I don't think he has. And and also another one I always look at when I'm scouting quarterbacks for the draft, how did you do against the best defenses you played? And just look at his numbers against the best defenses. They decline.
Iowa.
Yeah, when his turnovers happen, when his numbers decline, they're against the best defenses. Yes, you shouldn't be as good against really good defenses as you are against Houston Christian. I get that. But the drop-off shouldn't be that dramatic. Not when you're playing for a team that has as much talent as Oregon does. And so, no, I think it'd be a horrible mistake if he decided to go and I think it'd be a mistake for the Jets to take him at 2 if he went, too.
Are you surprised that the Raiolas may be a parent to want to either sit out or acknowledge that we're not walking into a situation where we're going to start next year, which is different from what it was when he came here?
Well, the question is, what were his other options? I don't think he was going to go to some place that wasn't a named school. And once Louisville was out of the picture, he wasn't going to go to a G6 school. He wasn't going to go to a Wake Forest, I don't think. I think he was going to go to some place as a named school. And maybe this was his only option, and sitting for a year was the only good option. I think Oregon's proven that they can take a guy who a lot of people doubted, and obviously Bo from Auburn, people thought that he wasn't very good, and look how he's playing now in the league. And then Dante Moore's another example. So maybe he just looked at that and he said, those guys made it work. Maybe I go there and do the exact same thing. Why rush so much to get into the NFL? Why rush? You're getting paid now. You have the opportunity to play college football at a high level. Why rush? Get the starts you need, get the experience you need, and then go on and get a second contract where you make all your big money.
Michael, sticking with quarterbacks and looking at Nebraska's room now, and again, we got to do this with Mitch Sherman earlier. A week ago, we were talking about one guy. Now we're talking about another guy. So let me compare and contrast. What do you like more about Calandria versus Minchie, and what do you like less about Calandria versus Minchie?
Nothing I can think of. I don't know a lot about Minchie based off of what he did his short time at Notre Dame. The amount of times he got snaps. I liked what he did in college. All I know is that when I watch Calandria, it reminds me of a guy who fumbles the ball a lot, who turns the ball over a lot, and takes a lot of chances. And against the ACC competition, which is much better than against the Mountain West competition, he struggled and threw a bunch of turnovers and had a bunch of fumbles. He goes on to play in the Mountain West and still had a lot of fumbles and turnovers. I think 13 total turnovers for the season against much worse competition. Now you're going to tell me that you're going to pull him in with lesser talent at Nebraska, right? We're still concerned about the offensive line and everything else, and put him against better competition and a rigorous schedule. I can't guess. I can guess. I won't be right, but I guarantee you, if you add up the schedule next year, the total defensive ranking will be at least 24, 25 or lower, right? Where last year he played against the 113th ranked defenses. He's going to play against the top 25 defensive schedule, and he still was sloppy with the ball there. And so I worry about that bringing him in. All the talk about, other guys who were turnover prone. By the way, did Jack ever say that Calandria is a turnover machine like he did with Aiden Childs? Okay. Good.
Yes.
Good, because he is. He's a turnover machine compared to a guy like Aiden Childs. He is. And so maybe you can get it fixed. But we talked about this last week, Josh, in terms of hope and faith, right?
Yep.
Right? Faith, you don't need any evidence. Hope, give me a little bit of evidence. What's the evidence? And what this offensive coordinator and this quarterback coach have done, it's going to tell you that he's going to get better when he moves up to this level. That's the question I have. And look, it's a one-year thing. Maybe it'll help them win a couple of games because of what he can do with his legs. I just don't see it working unless that offensive line is markedly better and something changes in terms of the way Holgorsen calls plays.
Did we land on the correct pronunciation? It's Berbergia then, correct?
I wasn't trying to correct Josh on the pronunciation. I was just saying it sounded more like a type of taco opposed to this type of jacket, like Mitch was saying.
Yeah.
You have the burrito tacos. It reminded me of burrito tacos.
Okay.
And I think it's Burbia. I don't know what it is, but I wasn't.
Berbergia.
I wasn't correcting Josh. I was just saying it sounded
like
a type of Mexican food.
The point isn't so much how we say his name, because we'll eventually get used to it, just like we did with that Endicommon's guy. But the fact that finally, Nebraska's tapping to Iowa Western. That's the headline.
Yeah,
and celebrating.
Let's not sleep on this, because they did get a kicker from there a couple of years ago. So let's act like they've never got anybody.
They did. But how about a guy who might actually play multiple downs versus, kicking?
Yeah, I know. And the funniest part about that whole thing is that who helped start the program, right? You know who they brought in to initially help start the program, and that's Tom Osborne. Yeah. And the reason why Tom thought it was a good idea is why not have a functioning farm system in our backyard, just 60 miles away? And the fact that they haven't taken advantage of it.
Imagine if the Kansas City Royals said, "Hey, man, we could use a team in Omaha to help groom our younger players," and
that would never
ever called anybody.
They never called them up. Yeah, they just called the AA team like they do. I'm very excited about it. I think their sack numbers are incredible. I put them up. They're the best sacking team in any level of football. Division I, Division II, Division III, NAIA. They're the best, and they're the best by like 13. It's incredible the amount of sacks they put up. And Aaron Terry's a great defensive line coach. And I hope at some point Nebraska can find a place for him to help him work with some of these defensive linemen. You got so many coaches now on the staff. Maybe a guy like Aaron Terry could help you out. But I look at them and I say, I like the fact they've got some size inside. I like the fact that when you look at their building up the middle, because the linebackers I think will be markedly better. I think the fact that they're going to try to get, work out better in terms of what they're going to do in safety position. I think overall they're better up the middle, and that's where they struggled so much last year.
By the way, Michael, ever since you said what you did about the defenses, I've been going through on SP Plus, and I'll put these in order, and I'm also going to do the averages, but I can read you real quick what those rankings were according to Bill. All right, I just need Rutgers. Okay, so here are the rankings of the teams, and this is still up to date, so this actually has all the playoff games in. So next year, they will play defenses.
So these are this year's defensive SP Plus rankings.
Right.
For next year's opponent.
Right.
And obviously this is not going to be perfect, right? Because things can change and teams can get better and worse.
Yeah.
But I think that you're going to see some teams in here that are pretty consistent.
And I'm looking at the FEI, and so go ahead.
Yep. Okay. So they will play defenses that rank this year. 1, that's Ohio State. 2, that's Indiana. 5, that's Oregon. 7, that's Iowa. 9 is Washington. 41st. See, now and then there's a huge drop to 41. That's Illinois. Maryland's 56, Michigan State 82, Rutgers 95. So on average, it's Michael, I think you're probably going to be about right with 25.
Average about 25.
But you're going to play 5 top 10 defenses.
5.
And what, 2 of those are on the road, right? Indiana and Oregon are on the road, or is Indiana coming to Lincoln? Can't remember.
No, Indiana's on the road, right?
Oh, and Indiana's on the road?
I thought it was.
I know out of
I know Minnesota's here, right?
Yeah, I know Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon, that 2 of those are road games.
Right.
Oregon's a road game for sure because they're coming to Lincoln in 2020.
And I have it even higher because Maryland is 40 on this list for the defensive one. But Washington's a little bit lower. Washington is down at 19. So but whatever it is, we can all agree that the defenses he faces in the Big Ten are going to be better than the defenses he faced even in the ACC as a freshman and sophomore, and much better than when he faced in the Mountain West.
Iowa and Oregon are on the road. Indiana and Ohio State and Washington are at home.
Okay, never mind. So I had mixed it up. Okay.
So
Interesting.
3 of those 5 will be at home.
So just that is something to pay attention.
Which is not like Nebraska's been this home juggernaut when we talk about home. You know, I mean, it's going to be all about, first of all, this defense, right? Can they stop the run? Because just like you were putting all those rankings in for defense, put those rankings in for those teams running the ball. They can all run the ball too, for the most part. So you got to be able to stop the run, obviously. You have to be able to affect the quarterback. You cannot, your leading sacker cannot have 2 sacks or 2.5 sacks. You can't be at the bottom of the Big Ten in pressure rate. All that can't happen. So much has to get better next year for Nebraska to be able to compete at a high level against this tough schedule. And then you're bringing in a quarterback who, again, I hope he does well because I'd much rather see Nebraska win than lose, but that has a propensity of putting the ball on the carpet.
As I mentioned, we've got the new portal editions as of this afternoon up on the wall. I'm just curious if there's any of them that really stand out like, man, I'm really intrigued by this one. And, you know, I know we've talked a lot about Calandry, so let's take him off the board. But are there ones that kind of make you shake your head?
Up the middle was what I was talking about. So go back to safety, Dwayne McDougal, a lot of experience, a guy who can run and hit. I really like that. I know he's again coming from South Dakota. I mean, from San Diego State. I get that. But just watching him perform, I think he's going to be really good back there. And Chambliss right in front of him, again, another guy who can run and hit. When you only got 2 linebackers on the field, they have to be able to do that. Yeah. And then adding some size in Berbigio, or however you say his name, is good. I like the fact that they have done that. The guy from the offensive side I'm most intrigued by is Quasi Gilmer. We watched him play his freshman year or sophomore, with first year against Nebraska, got his first touchdown against Nebraska. And then last year, I watched him play against USC, 10 catches, 73 yards, caught everything, was running a nice lot of shorter routes, not deep stuff. But I'm intrigued by him because you're going to have somebody that's going to be able to get open against man coverage. And I think he can actually get open against man coverage, especially if they put him in the slot occasionally. And so that'll help Calandry a lot if he can do that.
I got an NFL question, if that's cool.
You got to go real quick. You didn't say anything about running back. Josh, you said they were stupid for not trying to get a running back.
No, it would be.
You said stupid. It would be dumb.
You disagree?
All I'm saying is that we really don't know what they have. Just like we didn't know what they had with Emmett Johnson.
Wrong. I thought that they had a really good running back at Emmett Johnson.
We had a conversation in my basement about the places they need to get better at, and we all said offensive line. I mean, we all said running back. Every one of us said running back. All 3 of us said running back.
I wasn't there, but I was there.
We were sitting there. I was in my basement. And you were asking. No, I meant I was online.
Okay.
I was online doing the show in the basement.
My bad.
And we were talking about that. Who did they need to add it? And we were talking about adding running backs, defensive linemen, and adding a running back to that room.
for depth, but not because they needed a frontline starter.
You truly thought.
Yes.
You said, out of everybody, you said that he was going to be a Big Ten starter.
I said that he could be a 1,000+ yard rusher, and I predicted it.
I thought you said, I thought you agreed with everybody that it was combined yardage for 1,000 yards.
No, when we did, John and I did it, it was 1,100 rushing yards, and I took the over on rushing yards.
And that was based after seeing him for 2 years, correct?
That was mainly based off of the last 4 games with Dana Holgerson.
Right.
Once Dana took over, everything
you haven't seen these guys, but really one game.
I just don't like what I see from them.
Okay, but you've only seen them for one game. I posted on Twitter, I showed all the players that their first year playing, whether it was freshman or starting as a sophomore, about how they went to their next year because they didn't get enough opportunities. I just don't think with running backs. If they go out and get another running back, that's great. But I don't think it would be criminal malfeasance if they don't get another running back having 5 guys in the room.
So it might be unfair just because I just don't trust anything that's happening right now when I say these.
Well, I get that. And we talked about that. What is the proof that they're going to get better? Well, your proof in this situation is obviously Emmett Johnson. And going from where he was
But man, he had flashes last year, like in 2024.
And he had played. And Mekhi Nelson didn't have flashes in the bowl game? The 2 30-yard plays he had didn't count.
I don't use anything from a bowl game. I'm sorry, I just dismiss it. I have to.
So you didn't count anything that Emmett did in the bowl game last year, just the ones he did during the regular season.
And it was 3. He did it
3
the last
games.
games of the regular season.
Yep.
But that was also coinciding with the new offensive coordinator.
Now, in fairness, I wasn't as bullish as Josh was on Emmett. So but I understand where the argument's coming from because it's just like, man, you would like to have somebody in there who has done something because the drop off from Emmett to everybody else was so dramatic. It was so dramatic that it was like, really? You couldn't find anybody else that can gain 5 yards?
Yeah. Well,
and
Ole Miss right now has a really good running back. You agree with that?
Yes.
Really good. Should have gone to Nebraska, went to Missouri. He had like 100 yards rushing last year at Missouri. Like 100 yards. And then he had 1,200 yards. It's a big difference.
You think they got a 1?
I don't know. I'm telling you don't know. I'm telling you don't know how good everybody was screaming for Aaron Jones. So you had the 3 running backs you had when you had Amir Abdullah. Everyone was screaming for him. And I remember being on the side of Amir. And no one thought
Aaron Green. My bad.
Aaron Green, thank you. And everybody was on the side of him. That was the guy because he was the 4-star. Opposed to Amir being a 3-star. And it became Amir, who had a great kickoff return as a freshman, but didn't do a whole lot as a running back. I'm just saying you can make a huge jump.
Sure.
I would like for them to have a more physical back. I thought this year they'd have been a lot better off in at least 3 games if they had Marty Brown.
Yeah.
They had 4 different times inside the low red zone. They didn't get points. 0 points. They probably get them with Marty Brown. So, yes, I believe you probably have another running back. I'm not going to just say that Mekhi Nelson and Mosey or any of those other guys can't be I don't think Ives can, but the other guys could be good. I just don't know.
I'll say it then.
Okay. You have. You said it multiple times.
Yeah, I
think they'd be stupid for not going out to get somebody or dumb.
I think that they would be dumb.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense based on,
because Michael, if they were that good, wouldn't they have shown some flashes before the bowl game? They wouldn't have been able to give Emmett Johnson just a little bit of rest at some point in time?
Well, there were 3 games. Let's go 3 games. 3 games I remember very well where they took Emmett out and gave carries to either Mosey. You can look it up, Mosey or Nelson, and they gained 7, 8, 9 yards, something like that. And then they took them out the next play. They only ran them for 1 or 2 plays. And then they didn't play them the rest of the game. They weren't giving them the opportunities to go out there. And then the one opportunity they got, you discount it because it's a bowl game.
Well, I don't
know what to say.
I discount.
Well, yeah, that was more him.
I just won't look.
I just think it's a small sample size is all.
It is. It's incredible small, but that's my point. There's a lot of guys who've had very small sample sizes early on in their career and then became very good when they got the opportunity.
Well, the other thing to add too is that Utah's rush defense was
111th.
Yeah,
111. I know. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no doubt about it. That's why I thought that both Mosey and Nelson would both have big games because of Utah's run defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
first quarter went well. But
it was a hell of a first quarter.
It was.
It was a heck of a first quarter. If we were only judging by short periods of time, I would have won my bet against SIP this week for lunch over that damn Nebraska basketball game. So
Oh, did you have Indiana?
Yeah, when they're up 16, I felt went exactly like I thought. I was like, well, Nebraska gives up a ton of attempts from 3-point range. Indiana actually makes threes. So
you're probably already imagining the delicious food that was going to be in your mouth, courtesy.
No, Josh. No, it was double or nothing from the other bet.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I was like, well, God, good. I'll take him out to lunch.
Now you got to take him out twice.
Twice, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the first time I went against Nebraska. That I just really thought the matchup fit Indiana really well. But,
Well, it did for about 20.
Not in the last 12 minutes.
That's how Packers fans felt on Saturday night. They're like, this is exactly what I expected it to happen. 21-3 at the half.
Yeah, I was like that too because Bears fans are kind of annoying. So I was kind of like, yeah, I don't mind this.
Tell me more. I'm going to learn a lot about this.
I didn't mind that at all because Bears fans are a little annoying. So yeah, I was kind of excited about that. I had no problem with the Packers getting out to an early lead.
So here's going to be my question a few minutes ago, Mike, before we went down running back world.
Running back lane.
John Harbaugh. So there, I've heard the comparison of like fresh start, Andy Reid. He did it. It was important for him. Look at what happened. Andy Reid was in his 50s, though, like mid-50s when he took over Kansas City. John Harbaugh is a decade older in his mid-60s.
Who looks younger?
Harbaugh, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you think, is he a slam dunk? Because the immediate reaction after he gets canned is, whoa, somebody is going to get an awesome coach. And I don't know. There's a part of me that says you could talk me out of him being an awesome head coach at his second head coaching job. What do you think?
Well, I think all head coaching jobs come down to who you have at quarterback. And so I think if you took the Giants job, because I think Jackson Dart can be good, and then all the talent they have on the defensive line, even though it couldn't stop the run, and I think their offensive skill positions are pretty solid. They're going to get healthier next year. I think the Giants would be a great job for him to take. I think he'd be successful there. The thing that I always talk about John Harbaugh that made him the good coach he was one, he came up as a special teams coordinator, right? And I think those guys are really dialed into everything. You have to really lock in as a special teams coordinator. And so I thought he was good with that. He also had this real calm demeanor. And when something wasn't going right or they were losing, he always kind of stayed pretty even keel and it helped his team. I thought for most of the time, he hired pretty well. Now, he struggled a couple times with offensive coordinators and then couldn't get along with his quarterback. But I would think that, let's go with Dick Vermeil. How old was Dick Vermeil when he got his third chance?
He was in his 60s.
60s, late 60s? I mean, he was older.
I think he was.
So he started in 77, I think, is one.
You're talking about Rams, you're talking Chiefs right now.
Rams.
So that was in the. So yeah, he would have been in the
97 or 90. Yeah, 97.
61-ish.
Yeah,
he would have turned 61 that year.
Yeah, and so I mean, I think it doesn't.
That was a decade and a half later.
Yeah, ages. He set out. He got out of the game after he realized he didn't recognize his son, and got out of coaching at Philadelphia. But I like him. I've always liked Harbaugh. I think he's a really good coach. I think to go to a place now, he's got to hire a good offensive coordinator, right? And there's a couple of them out there. Like if he gets Stefanski to go and be his offensive coordinator, I mean,
wouldn't like that.
I think it'd be pretty good.
The thing, and I understand the Andy Reid comparisons. You just need a fresh start. The difference, though, was Andy Reid brought his offensive mind with him, right?
That is a great point about
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh's more of a CEO type than
culture guy.
Not culture guy. Not that that's bad. Obviously, he's had a lot of success.
Though it's a bummer when the culture guy has a seemingly rough culture at the very end of his time. Though how much of that was just him and Lamar?
I think
how much was his quarterback?
And yeah, exactly. And I'm not necessarily sold on Lamar. I think
the two-time MVP.
I think Lamar.
Interesting.
I think Lamar. I think it's a little overrated.
You know what Lamar is like, and I don't mean anything. Lamar's like the guy who drives really well on the street. But once he's got to get on interstate, I don't know. So you can win all you want during the regular season. Let me see how you perform in the playoffs. Let me see you make the plays in the playoffs because that's the money time. And he's had too many times in the playoffs where everybody else got blamed, but he was the one that had the bad game.
Exactly.
So it makes you question a little bit. But now he's got everything. He's going to get a new coach. He's going to get a new offensive coordinator. He's going to get all of that. Let's see how he handles it.
This is put up or shut up time for Lamar.
It is, and it's
great. Now you're not going to have Harbaugh to blame anymore.
He could have been a 3-time MVP, easily been a 3-time MVP. But the ones they remember are the guys who win the MVP at the Super Bowl, or they win the MVP in the playoffs, or the Conn Smythe Trophy, or whatever they call it.
Be the Super Bowl MVP, or you could be like Kurt Warner and just win them both.
Yeah, we win them both exactly. So you can do that. I like him. I think he'll do well, but he's got to go place where he's a quarterback. I've seen some talk about some places. I'm like, go to a place where you think your quarterback's going to work. And I think the little bit we saw from Jackson Dart, I think he's going to be good, better than I thought he was coming out of college.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be good, so that's where I pick.
Speaking of quarterbacks coming out of college, we talked to Kent on Friday, and of course he was rooting for both quarterbacks in the semifinal, and we all saw what happened there. What do you think of Mendoza at the next level?
I think you guys know I wanted the Saints to lose games, and so they would have Mendoza as their quarterback. I like him. I know people are going to question how robotic he is at times and the way he is in front of a microphone, and he's the goody two shoes kind of dude and everything, but he's highly intelligent. He went to Cal, I think I have this right, as like a chemical engineer major is why he went to Cal. I think that's right. So he's a really smart kid. He throws a good ball. He's incredibly accurate. I was comparing him to Mac Jones when Mac Jones was at Alabama. Mac Jones would throw outs, and literally the wide receiver could just run like this, and it would just hit him in his hands. Right? He never had to move it, and that's how he throws. And then Damon kind of got in and said, well, deep ball wasn't as good. And then right after that, he threw a deep ball that was a nice pass in the game, right? And so I think that he'll get better at that. But just the way his mobility, he's not Mahomes.
But man, he had that third down run on Friday.
He does the exact same things that Mahomes does, where if it's like 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 8, he'll take off and he'll get the first down. And inside the red zone, he's had, I think, 4 touchdowns where it was like that. He kind of broke out of the pocket and scored. And so I like him. I think he's going to be very good. I would take him 1 overall if it was me. Now, he doesn't fit the Raiders that we know, John. He doesn't fit, because I think pretty much for the most part, Josh knew losers as the Raiders.
Correct.
But the teams that we knew where they were taking people off the scrap heap,
out
of jail.
Oh my God,
he doesn't fit any of those guys. He's not old school. He's not an old school Raider. But maybe they need a new school kind of guy to fix that program.
Those Raiders have been dead for a long time.
Well, even if you look at the year, the Super Bowl, 2000, 2001, what Super Bowl was that? 2002 Super Bowl. You look at that Super Bowl, they had some cast-offs at that one. I mean, Jerry Rice was 91 years old, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they had some.
Bill Romanowski. They had Rich Gannon in his second life getting his MVP that year. Tim Brown, elder stages.
I mean,
those were nice cast-offs. We ain't talking about Otis Sistrunk and Ted Hendricks.
Well, they did have that one guy who went down into Mexico the night before the Super Bowl.
Oh,
they did have.
Barrett Robbins.
Yeah, they did.
Barrett Robbins.
Yeah.
That gave our boy True a start at center.
It did.
Alan True.
It gave True a start at center. Yeah, is it Alan?
No,
he's the reporter.
It was
Alan True.
Alan True's the reporter.
Adam True.
Adam True. Yeah.
God, I'm so sorry. I mean, he's a Lincoln kid.
Adam actually gave the eulogy for Matt Verzal.
For Verz,
yeah, they were close. Yeah, but that I would love to see, and I've said this before to you. I'd like to see the Raiders good. That was a part of my childhood that was kind of fun.
It's been so damn long since
I know.
Good. I don't even know if I'd be able to handle.
I'd like to see the Raiders good. They wouldn't bother me. I've never disliked the Raiders, and they're kind of fun.
I always had I wouldn't say a soft spot for the Raiders, but I kind of enjoyed them. My sadness was that John Madden literally retires just as I'm getting into football.
But then you got to watch him on TV.
Which was better for us. It's kind of good that he got out of football, because he probably would have died. According to everybody, he stressed himself out so much. The flying was killing him. He got out of it. We got another 40 years of life of him making a video game and being on TV and becoming this icon that maybe we don't get if he stays a coach.
Yeah.
Maybe he dies on the sideline, possibly.
Which is why I'm a little worried about this movie. I know Nick Cage, because John Madden's special to me. I wouldn't be, I don't want this to be a caricature of John Madden. So Nick Cage has a big task on his hands if he's going to pull this one off.
I like the guy that got playing Al Davis looks pretty good. That looks good.
That's Christian Bale.
Yeah, that looks really good. Christian Bale is such a morph guy.
You can make out the Al Davis character a caricature because he was a goofball.
Dude, Al Davis is a genius.
He was a genius.
He was a genius.
But he was also a goofball. But I hold John Madden in very high esteem.
Well, I think they both grew to being goofballs. They both were really, really good and geniuses. And by the time they got older, they were like caricatures of themselves, right? I mean, in a way, Al Davis was. But Al Davis was, if you go look at Al Davis's draft picks and what he did in terms of going into the historical black colleges, and what he was way ahead of his time, man. Him and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's true.
Man, I'm looking at John Madden's just list of his seasons, and They only finished twice without making the playoffs. They were still above 500 in both of those
and
years.
those were years where there were only 8 teams that got in the playoffs.
And then so one playoff round, he only made it to the first, so they went one and done. Otherwise, they always made it to the AFL or AFC championship game, and then of course the Super Bowl run.
What was great about those Raiders is that they have like 4 of the greatest plays that have names, right? They're involved with like 4 of them. I mean, the sea of hands, the holy roller, the ghost to the post, and then immaculate reception. Only one of them was bad for them. But you still have rules right now in place because of the holy roller. We saw it this past weekend. Dancing a fumble. I mean, all of these rules and these different things that happened, that was because of the Raiders.
Man, Michael, you bring that play up. That is a play now that will be lost because the Bears won, and so they didn't need it. But can you imagine if that play would have been the difference of their comeback or not when Christian Watson fumbles it, right?
If it was third down.
Oh,
if it was
my
third
God.
down,
or
it's
if it's just a tiny bit more outside and it goes
No.
out of bounds in the Bears. Like, oh my gosh, that was nuts. That
Yeah.
could have been crazy.
It was the whole weekend. I mean, other than the last quarter of the New England game, the whole weekend was as good as you can get.
Awesome. Yeah,
I saw somebody making fun of it because the Chiefs weren't in it, but I was like, thank God the Chiefs weren't in it, and it was great.
It was great. What was the number? Was that something like 20 lead changes in the fourth quarter?
In the fourth quarter
of the first 4 games combined.
That's what they were saying last night. They were saying it last night. Yeah, that was the number they were given. And how many points were scored in the fourth quarter? It was incredible.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, I saw a stat, and Nick's giving us the bye-bye sign, Michael. So we're about to say goodbye to you. But there was a stat from Ben Stevens. Here it is. This was sometime yesterday. Fourth quarters have seen a total of 9 lead changes, 87 points, 3 game-winning scores in the final 145 of regulation. It set some record. Oh, here it was. So in the middle of the Eagles 49ers game, this postseason, 12th lead change in the fourth quarter, which is the most in a single postseason all time.
Wow.
And that was game 4 of the whole playoffs. And it already set the record. Incredible.
Well, I know you guys have to go. I just want to say that I'm sorry that the station is dying and no one's watching anymore, but we'll always have the past and we'll remember those things.
That's true.
The Kevin and Michael era was better.
The was always better in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Always talked about sports and we're never not serious.
I had a guy tell me today, why do you talk about movies on Friday? I'm sure Joe's listening. I said, because why not? You can't talk about sports for 20 hours a week nonstop.
That's
it's impossible.
Started with you and Kevin doing.
I know.
There was a sports segment with, and Kent was just on it.
Kent was just on it, and then
they didn't play Movie Magic.
And then
when I got there, we started playing Movie Magic in 2005.
So that was Michael's fault. Interesting.
Yeah, we started playing Movie Magic. It was Kevin's idea, but it was a great idea.
Excellent idea.
I love Movie Club.
Idea.
Thank you. We do too.
All right.
You too.
Okay.
All right.
Bye, Michael.
See you, Michael.
Hey, guys.
From the Jet Awards.
Oh, wow. Good call, Nick.
Yep. We got to get to break because I don't know if you saw this.
Oh,
there was a whack ass NBA ending last night.
Actually, I have not seen this.
Oh,
I can't wait to find out.
This is good stuff.
All right, let's get to it.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, we got to run. Got a lot of stuff to get to.
Nick, just go right to the second question first.
Speaking of the future,
which we were always talking about.
What do you think of Green Bay's decision to keep Matt LeFleur?
I don't think it's a bad decision. I don't know why people. I mean, it surprised me at midseason when Packer fan, after they lost to the Eagles on Monday night, were like, "Yeah, I'm done with LeFleur." Listen, that was a huge loss. Couple of huge losses towards the end of the season, with Kraft and Micah going down. And the fact is, they quite frankly should have beaten the Bears, but they didn't because, the Bears have some kind of fluky devil magic thing going on. But I don't think LeFleur is the overriding problem. Yeah, you got to fix some things with your special teams, but it's still a pretty good franchise. I don't disagree with this decision.
I think Matt LaFleur is a really good coach. I do not think he is a great coach. He's only won 3 playoff games, and the most memorable one is over a terrible Dallas Cowboys team. That said, I think that they actually are making the right decision if they're going to bring him back. I think he is a incredible floor raiser. Incredible floor raiser. When they get banged up, I become more infatuated with what he is able to do. I think in game he struggles sometimes, including some stuff late in the second half. They should have been running clock, and instead they're throwing the ball, and that gave the Bears a lot of time to go down and do what they did, which oddly enough left some time for the Packers. I think they're making the right decision. He's 3-6 in the playoffs now, though, and he's gone one and done in the playoffs in 3 of the last 4 postseasons they've made.
My former coach, the nerdy and awkward Mike McDaniel, in a good way, interviewed for 2 open head coaching jobs today, the Browns and the Falcons. Where would I most like to see my NFL spirit animal land?
Let me add one more thing, because Ian Rappaport has just reported that McDaniel will interview for the Lions offensive coordinator job.
Be a hell of a hire.
So there might be that as well.
So, question for you guys. How often does a head coach turn back into an OC and then end up head coaching again?
That's a good amount.
Yeah.
It's happened.
I want that. I want him to go back as an OC, join the Lions, maybe get a little more brushed up on the way things are, and then I think he needs,
stop being such a goofy goober.
I think he just needs a little more time to cook, and I think it would be really fun to do it in Detroit, and then he'll go out there and start winning again.
What'll be interesting about him going to Detroit is that Ben Johnson, when he was there, he's not a part of that that wing of the NFL offensive minds, right? So this would be going to that, which is where a lot of the sport, of course, has moved forward with. You can throw the Kubiaks in there as well. So that would be really interesting for them to do so. I think that'd be a heck of a hire. I think he is a good offensive mind, and I think it wouldn't hurt for Dan Campbell to, give up the play calling to somebody else.
What I think went wrong with McDaniel in Miami, and you can let me know if I'm off base here, I think he tried to be Bill Belichick, where he tried to do these fun new things, and he tried
fun new things. Is that how you would describe Bill Belichick?
Well, I mean, that's what he did.
Well, I mean, that's what Jordan is, a fun new thing.
No, okay, that's what Bill did with the Patriots, though, right? Like, he would do something weird, people would watch the tape, then he would do something else.
Yeah, he was always on the forefront.
I think McDaniel tried to do something like that, but he kind of did it too soon, and he ran out of different ideas.
Well, yeah, he didn't do it too soon. He had a great idea, and then he just wasn't able to build on top of that.
Right. I think he needs a little more time to cook as an OC. I think he can do that in Detroit, and then I think he'll win a Super Bowl.
He'll win a Super Bowl as a head coach.
He will.
You'd probably feel like a big idiot, John.
Famously, the Chicago Cubs, speaking of John feeling like a big idiot.
Nice.
Signing of Alex Bregman to a 5-year, $175 million deal coincided with the Bears' comeback.
You're welcome, Bears fans.
John, your thoughts on the biggest story to come out of the Windy City on Saturday?
Absolutely.
We already talked about the Bears-Rams game.
This is indeed the biggest story to come out of Saturday night. Great job. Finally, the Cubs are spending some cash. Thank God. Now, don't compound it by trading Nico Horner. Do not compound it by trading Nico Horner. I want my Nico. You can make Matt Shaw your utility guy. Or maybe there's a trade value in Matt Shaw. I don't know. But Bregman at third. Nico stays at second.
Josh, real quick, I need you to grab John's soapbox. Hold it tightly. Don't let it go. According to Heather Dinch, there's a strong support for a 6 16-team college football playoff format to begin as soon as 2026.
Oh!
If Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti and SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey can reach a specific compromise.
What's the compromise?
I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
In exchange for support of a 16-team tournament now, sources said the Big Ten is looking for a commitment to move 24 teams after 2 or 3 seasons. Josh,
I have it.
I guess you can.
Oh, whoops.
You can cautiously subscribe to your soapbox.
John, I'm holding on to it.
You're on a timer. Go.
Stupid.
Here's the soapbox. Stand on it. Not very big. You're not gonna be that much
I
taller.
hope it's bar soap, because if it's liquid soap, it's leaking right through that sucker.
I assume
Again, it's
soapboxes work for
stupid.
bar soap, I
It's
guess.
stupid. We don't need 24 teams, and we don't need 4 automatic qualifiers. I've been on this box many times. You know my position.
All right.
Anything Petitti says is dumb.
It says so on the box.
John likes being on boxes.
The box boys.
On the box.
People forget Tony Petitti came over from baseball to ruin college sports. Well, his Sith Lord Rob Manfred Mann is still trying to ruin baseball.
How?
His next great idea, of course, in-season tournaments and split-season championships.
So I had to ask John what split season championships were earlier. It sounds really dumb.
Yeah.
In season tournament, I mean,
No.
that's also dumb.
No.
Yeah. What's the? I would ask what's the point, but the NBA does it. Does this mean that baseball's going to have like yellow turf and red grass, and maybe the infield could be green? How fun would that be, John?
No.
The
Good
dirt could be green.
Lord. Rob Manfred reminds me of a lot of mayors, right? They got to have their thing. They got to have I got to have my legacy, you know. Basically what Rob Manfred is trying to do is build an unnecessary streetcar, which creates all kinds of unnecessary road construction.
One more, Nick.
And no one will ever use it.
We got to get to one more, Nick.
Okay.
The last one.
Ready for a stupid good finish to an NBA game, which is a sentence that exists.
Uh-oh, John hadn't uploaded the video. Let's see if he can get it in time.
First, I'm going to struggle with this name. It's fine. First, it's OKC Shea Gilgeous Alexander with a crazy long off-balance 3 to tie the game, followed by the Pelicans' Devontae Graham going even longer and stupider from 70 feet.
So OKC's down 3, inbound the ball with less than 4 seconds left.
Okay.
And that's where it starts.
Got to get it in.
Is incredible.
That's nuts that the Thunder keep losing. Remember they were 25-1 and people were like, they're going to challenge for the best record of all time. I believe they're now they're 33-7 now. 33-7.
I'm not a basketball guy. That was cool.
That was really cool. And the best part was, yes,
soapbox.
They didn't have to use a magic timeout.
Told you to hold on to it. Don't give it to him.
Tell me, how many of those would Steph Curry have made by now in his career?
Probably a lot.
Exactly. And we've been robbed of this because the NBA has this stupid rule where your timeouts automatically give you the ball in the front court.
And you don't think about it from the negative or the positive. You go negative.
That is a positive.
John lost his virginity and probably was like, God, I didn't have it for 30 years before tonight. You know, like that's probably how
I only
he
had it
viewed
for 29.
Yeah, like he didn't view it as like this is the greatest moment of my life, but everything else was bad though. You like that joke? 30 years.
But I'm right.
That was pretty funny.
Am I right? I'm right.
Did you like my
When I'm
follow-up
right,
joke?
I'm right. The NBA ought to control delete this
happier.
rule.
Be happier.
It's okay to be
The Rams win
control
on Saturday, and
delete.
John's probably like, yeah, it was close though. Yeah. Instead of, thank God my team won, I'm happy. A lot of people would like to be where your team is now, John, but you probably viewed it glass half empty because that's how you view everything.
Was I pissed off? Yes.
Of course you were. I
But
know
was
you.
relieved.
Yeah, exactly. Again, the Rams
default.
won the Super Bowl, and you were like, they're going to take it away from me. You couldn't even enjoy that moment in time.
Because referees
See?
were put on this earth
See?
to ruin
All right, now we got to go to break.
everything.
Horse crap call.
That we survived a Clete Blakeman officiated game is a miracle.
What's for dinner?
16-20 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night was beef stew, and it was divine, Josh. I know you would have loved it.
Oh, we had chili. It was good.
See, you turned your corner on pot roast. You turned the corner on chili. Next, beef stew.
We'll get there. Last night, I had cereal. We had a late lunch, and it kind of messed with when I was hungry for dinner. I wasn't hungry enough for a meal, but I was good for cereal.
That's what cereal?
Honey Bunches of Oats, my favorite.
Honey Bunches. Which one's that?
It's Honey Bunches of Oats. It describes what it is. It's
oat like
clusters with like frosted flakes or whatever.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there were like flakes in there. I've never had it.
It's delicious. I love it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I guess I've never I've seen the box. I've just never known what the cereal was.
My parents are coming over. My mom had her birthday on Friday, and so
happy birthday, Josh's mom!
Shout out to my mom. We're having spaghetti and meatballs. She got this
spaghetti and meatballs.
She got this cooking pan specifically for Detroit style pizza that you can also use to make like garlic cheese bread. So she's going to make that
like a
tonight
deep
too.
Dish kind of a pan.
And I am jacked for that.
That sounds great.
And we'll watch hopefully the Texans beat the Steelers.
Well, I was just going to say Josh has to go so we can wave that towel. Dun, 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 dun,
Absolutely not.
Here we go, Steelers. Here we go.
Words you will never catch me saying.
I didn't get to ask my question about the Steelers to you guys. It's
And
too
where?
late now. We were supposed to talk about it.
Oh, well.
I wanted to ask.
All right.
Well, here's your breakdown. Steelers, go Steelers.
Bye.
Bye.